Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Tara
wanted me to say that Babyface is a
Tara,
dick
you
for the
can't listen to the show and then because you have my listen, Tara. We're going to put a stop to this right now. We're going to put a stop to this right now. Okay?
We want to be one of the best places to work.
Tara, let's put a stop to this right now. Stop texting my people things to say while your brother is talking good about you.
Just call in, Tara.
Well, Tara said this is why she won the best places to work. She communicates with everybody.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Running a little bit behind. I can't even write them all down. We'll be having like our little pre-meeting here, and then Seth will spew something out. I'll be like, "Oh man, I want to talk about that, but don't say anything because we didn't talk about it during hot mic." And then another one will happen. Next thing you know, I got 10 things, and I forgot to write them all down.
Oh no!
So I don't even know. I don't even know what's going on.
Lummy should start running a backup list for you.
I'll be like, let me have you sent me that IM yet? And you're like, I don't, I think I don't know how many you're supposed to send me. But,
well, I was looking for some backup stuff, and then I couldn't find it, and then I got Rhett involved. We both couldn't find it, so I'm going on Seth's page now to pull the Caitlin Clark.
Yeah. Seth, let's get something straight.
Oh, boy.
Listen, Dan, first of all, Lummy, I'm very disappointed in everybody. From you.
Good morning, everyone.
Hold on. Rhett. And by the way, he even got into his little Bubba Twitter impersonation deal. As much as you guys clown me on the unbelievable numbers that I'm able to obtain on Twitter because I actively tweet and I go into like things I think maybe the Bubba Army might like girls fighting and, a guy getting pushed in front of a train and just,
anything that's woke or Gen Z, or trans.
Yeah. Or like, body cam footage. Like, I like all of that stuff. So I tweeted out like a lot. But in tweeting it out a lot, Lummy, we hit our I don't have to get into what we call the numbers, but we hit our numbers.
Yes, we did.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
In fact, like it takes in order to get monetized on Twitter, you have to have 5 million impressions in a 3-month period. Well, we've never been able to do that. Before BB, before
19
Bubba.
days.
Before, you and your, I just want to smack you right in the face right now. I really do.
Took me 19 days.
And you're sick, and I was really super cool about you going home. Now you're being listen, as much of a dicks as you want to be, and I'm not even going to ask Lummy. I'm just going to ask you. Just ask Seth. He hopefully will be honest. The way you guys were doing it prior to me taking over for that 19 days, would you admit that it wasn't working? The way we were doing it, in order to be able to get 5 million impressions in 3 months, which we'd never been able to obtain. We've had our Twitter back for I don't know how long, but quite a while.
Yes.
And, nobody was even getting close to that. I mean, would you agree to that, Seth?
Yes.
Okay. I come rolling in. Maybe you guys don't like the way I do it. I can't put up exclusive Bubba content for every posting, but you got to go in and you got to dig into your honey holes and you got to retweet, stuff that has large numbers that people want to see. You got to do a lot of it. You got to do, 40, 50 of them a day. Sorry.
It's labor intensive.
It very much is. So, Lummy, you guys didn't do anything. So you would agree that my, 40, 50, 60, 70, tweets about really, really popular stuff, Lummy, that got us monetized in 19 days.
Jason Linquist, $10 super chat. Yes, it did.
I love super. By the way, I love super chat. I was checking the numbers. You guys have been doing great on it. Thank you so much. And that does attribute to your barp party. Yet just another financial tentacle you can have into the show. So, Lummy, you guys have been trying. I remember even 3 months ago, Rhett was like, we got 657,000 impressions this month. We need to get about 1.6 million for 3 months in a row. So we're going to really have to start kind of try to concentrating on Twitter, how we can make that happen better. So Lummy, I watch a few YouTube videos and talk to Stein and a couple things. Figure out how to get it done. I get it done, and now you guys, all you do is clown me about it. You just clown. You do your Bubba impressions. Oh, let me tell you something. American flag, but I meant to put the Peru flag. I'm not sure. You guys do your whole big Bubba C. Fields imitation.
Wait.
But at the end of the day, because of me, even though I at sometimes tweet the wrong thing and you have to go in there and fix it. That's part of your job. I'm just saying. Lummy, I'm a madman.
Why are you mad at us? Because you put the wrong American flag.
Well, it was a Malaysian flag.
The Malaysian flag.
Okay, so listen, on my tweets, you guys have to always look at them to make sure that I'm not, messing up and saying praise Hamas when I was trying to say death to Hamas.
And praise Jesus.
And praise Jesus, whatever.
Lummy and I have to huddle up on the weekends. When we see a tweet, we don't know what to do, Bubba.
But this weekend, I specifically didn't do anything because I was super busy, and you guys really didn't do. Dan's stuff did pretty good yesterday, but we did Lummy, in order to hit our goal, we have to do 100,000 a day. Okay, that's that's my goal, 100,000 a day. And I've never not hit that when I'm participating. But when I'm gone and you guys are just lazing around like the fat pricks that you are, guess what? We got 30,000 on Saturday and 15,000 yesterday because nobody took it upon themselves to tweet it up. So am I to assume that you guys don't want to tweet, and I'm the only, because I came in like the boss hog that I am, and in 19 days got us monetized, and now you're going to forever hold that against me? Or are you guys going to be able to help me out a little bit? Because, when I'm gone, we tank.
That's right.
I know I'm right. I'm asking if you guys are going to help me or not.
Of course.
Seth, you had a couple things that you tweeted personally that would have been pretty good for the show, and you didn't. You just were you selfishly used them for yours only and did not put them as an original post on Bubba Army, and both of them were would have worked well on ours.
Bubba, I'm almost positive that I was the only person that tweeted from the Bubba Army account this weekend. Well, I also am trying to get the Bubba Instagram up and running. And
I tweeted from there.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I had 8 tweets from the Bubba Army account, so I've been trying to handle. Dan sent me a ton of content that I put up all over Instagram this weekend. I do have my personal stuff that I use also to help promote all the podcasts and everything. I uploaded a podcast every single day this weekend.
I'm just saying.
I'm trying.
Thank you you for turning my Peru flag into a USA flag.
It was a Liberia.
Okay, whatever
flag.
the hell it was. Let me. When you're driving the goddamn grader and your hands bouncing around and you're looking at these little emojis, it's tough to figure out. That it wasn't the U.S. of A.
Yeah,
It did have stripes. It did have stripes.
It did. I sent you the tweet, Bubba.
Okay.
Because Seth and I got together on it to make sure either we try to edit it or delete it.
Well, I mean, you guys.
We deleted it.
You guys. You deleted it.
We had to. We couldn't edit it.
Yeah.
And people were clowning in the chat.
Well,
Not the chat, but the thing.
Okay, thanks. All right, here we go. So I see. Now, mind you guys, I'm on a grader.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to do my best. I'm trying to grade the track and watch the feel and watch the ground and watch the grader blade and not hit the wall. I'm doing that. I got my phone in my hand. I'm scrolling through Twitter trying to find videos that have large numbers that I find interesting. I see this video, which looks like it's titled "It's Happening Everywhere. People Ain't Scared to Stand Up Anymore. The Terror Simps Are Losing." So it's like some people doing some pro USA stuff. I'm like, hell yeah, that's what I want, right? That's on brand for me. Mm-hmm. All right, so let me. How do I play?
Oh no, that's a screenshot.
It's right.
What's a simp?
A simp is like a gimp.
Okay. I'm just not familiar with the word. I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just curious.
I'm not trying to be, but I think a simp is like a pussy.
Just some basic loser,
like,
I think.
Like some beta bitch. Like some just beta bitch. Here, let's ask Alexa. Hey, Alexa, what is a simp?
A simp is someone who is too eager to have a relationship, often to the point of being annoying. The word is a bit insulting, and is usually used to describe a guy.
There you go. So
like a pathetic guy.
Yeah, the terror simps are losing. So that was used correctly. So I see this. It was a video, and it was these real rugged ass, guys who just literally came back from a Kid Rock concert. And they're going through
But they're saying these people are idiots because they were singing Born in the USA to try to combat the counter, the protest. But I guess Born in the USA is an anti-American song.
Yeah,
so
it is.
that's why they were calling out these guys for being idiots. So everybody's getting called out now.
Right. So anyway, whatever. Just so I tweeted Lummy and I put. Now listen, when you're on a when you're on a 54,000 pound grader and you're grading the track and you got the blade that's on the ground and you're constantly making adjustments to that blade, Lummy, so that the surface is, because it fluctuates. So you have to constantly, the blade floats, but you also have to be constantly, feeling and making adjustments to the blade, driving it, trying to look at my Twitter, trying to put, and I knew that I couldn't get really type a lot of words. So I just said, I'll just put an American flag emoji, right?
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, that seems like so now have you guys ever gone to Emoji World and tried to find the flag section?
Yeah, it's difficult.
It's clear. They're very bad. I mean, I'm like, where the hell's the flags? I'm going. So I finally go, and then within the flags, I'm assuming the way it looks like, since USA, the United States of America's flag's not the very top, then I'm thinking, okay, they're in alphabetic order. So I go real far as I can. I don't really look at any other flags. This one to me looked like the American flag. Like this looks like the USA. When you're on a grader and you can't.
That's not what this country's defending, Bubba.
Right.
Not the 1-star Willie.
Well, okay. Well, anyway, I did see the 1-star, but I just thought they were being a little bit smart-assy about it. So let me thank you.
Yeah, we had a meeting
for
in the minds.
So doing that, but in doing so,
But I heard the track was amazing this weekend.
oh my! Quit trying to get me squirreled, okay, buddy? I got other things to do.
Okay, sorry.
The track was amazing. The surface was brilliant. It was awesome. I did a great job, and we had a great car count and great fans. Just great. Bubba Army, Susan Poitras, Mitch. I don't know if Purple Jersey was there. The Nashes. It was just, Nash's daughter, Gemma. She was one of my trophy girls. Where you go down there and give the trophy to the dude.
Oh, nice.
She loves doing that. Love her. And it was just I'm tired from it, but a great overall experience. Speaking of which, Dan, I'm actually watching the F1 race yesterday just because it's produced so bougie compared to like a NASCAR. The way they like NASCAR pre shows compared to the way F1. They had Danica Patrick and a couple other Englishmen, and about 90 minutes before start time, they start, doing all their little interviews and going through the paddocks. And man, it is a whole bougie ass event, is it not?
Well, a little bit. I mean, most of the fans have all their teeth, so it's a nice crowd.
I should take that belt away from you. With most of the fans have their own crowd, all their teeth. So listen to this. Is this really the prices? Was this really the prices, Dan?
Well, I
can't see.
I was
this
fortunate enough to be
If you click on it, it should make it bigger.
I was fortunate enough to be in the Paddock Club, so we paid one price and then had free everything. So I was free. It was free drinks, free food.
So now is this just like the general concession area where you would walk up and this is what they offer, or is this part of a catering deal, or is this like a part of an area that has like your own cabana and like, or is this just
supposedly that was just the
for the general admission.
General admission.
Yeah,
you're kidding me.
I know.
$180 for nachos.
Wow, that's
good nachos.
Gotta be some good nachos.
The food was amazing that I ate.
Well,
I ate filet like all day, every day. Lobster, shrimp,
crispy wings, $190. An F1 platter, which are sliders, secret sauce, some type of ribeye quesadilla, chipotle sauce, crisp chicken tenders served with honey mustard. $290.
It's a lot.
I mean, that cost you, $13.99 at Longhorn.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Jeez.
Steamed buns, Korean barbecue, shiitake, pickled vegetables, spicy mayo with some lotus chips, $120. Maine lobster rolls, $280. I saw. What's that?
$280. Wow.
I think I saw another picture that said Miller Lights. Just a bottle of Miller Lite was $55.
Whoa.
$55 for a bottle of beer. God. Anyway, Dan, it was my understanding, because I haven't been watching a lot of F1, is that this Verstappen guy, he's like LeBron. Like there's like since Lewis Hamilton kind of lost his superiority and dominance over the sport, it's been this Max Verstappen guy that stepped up, and he's kind of like the new dude. He's like the main dude now with Red Bull.
He is he's their number one driver, and he's been dominating because the car's been the best.
Right. So I'm saying and he's never lost at this track, the Miami track. He won last year's two. I think he's won the last 1 or 2 years Grand Prix, and then the sprint that they had on Friday, the little heat sprint race, he won that. So this is basically, out of the 2 or 3 events they've had in Miami, this Max Verstappen guy who drives for the Red Bull team, he's like. It was yesterday's win was pretty much an upset, was it not?
Absolutely, an absolute upset, and it was because in the old days the Formula One races were more exciting because they would fuel in the pits, and the pit stops were more meaningful. They changed tires, they'd fuel. You'd have to have a pit strategy. And everybody had to have a couple pit stops because it just didn't give you enough fuel to go all the way, and so that made things shake up.
They've dummied it down so much, right, and made it so almost like robotic,
right.
Meaning like you cannot, first of all, you have to have enough fuel to make it for the entire race, so you're not allowed to refuel.
They were worried about fires, which, come on,
and
guys.
Then 2, so that's that. And then 2, so the only thing that a pit stop involves is changing tires.
Right, and the pit stops are like 2.5 seconds.
No. You weren't watching TV.
I don't know how fast some of them were.
Yesterday, I think Verstappen, one team got below 2 seconds, and it was a big deal because the announcers were making a big deal. One team did a 1.9 pit stop.
Right. The record is 1.8 from Red Bull. So some people are cracking 2 seconds now, and it's a meaningless pit stop. And there's
how do you get how do you lug a tire off? Put one on, lug it back. I mean, the lug nuts probably have to be they're probably
center. It's a center lug.
One of they're probably pre-glued onto or they're probably pre-glued onto the hub,
right.
And they just slap them on and then. Zzz.
Right. There's not 5. There's just the one center lock.
Right.
So
I know.
it's way faster that way, and they have literally 3 guys on each wheel. One guy pulling off the tire, and one guy putting on a tire. I mean, there's like 12 guys on a pit stop.
Zing, and they're out of there. So anyway, it's Verstappen was like this was a huge upset, and the McLaren. The way I watched it a little bit yesterday, Dan. I know Ray Stewart's made a decision. It was not favorable for us. I mean, it's just like they're just so bougie.
Yeah.
Right?
No, a little bit, yes.
And I was looking into the costs. So in order to back in the day, costs used to be the Wild West. Like literally, costs were the Wild West.
Back in the day for Formula One?
Yes.
Oh, that's why Ferrari and other teams like that dominated, because they had unlimited funds.
Right, and it wouldn't be uncommon for a Ferrari team to spend $300 or $400 million on their program over a year.
When other teams were only cracking 100 or 80.
Right. So Ferrari a couple of years ago put a hard spending cap at 138. Each team can spend $138 million. And I think that comes out, travel and all that kind of stuff comes out of that number. But I was looking at the car costs, and they put the car cost at about anywhere between $50 and $70 million. So over half of your entire budget, and I'm talking about, flying people and putting people up in hotels and the catering and the advertising and just all the people that work in the shop and the fabricators and the wind tunnel guy and the truck driver and the guy who drives the truck and just all of that, they have to pay for all that. But the car is over 50%. I heard the motors, Dan, are $12 million.
Yeah,
the motors are $12 million. The gearboxes are like $1.5 million, and I think the steering wheel's like $200,000 or something like that. Yep. I mean, it's unbelievable. The cost of this sport, and supposedly so is McLaren not been doing that good, and then they're like, McLaren came to Miami with 10 updates. So does that mean that there's 10 different things that they, in between the last couple races, have found out? And when they call it updates, does that mean like things that they're welding onto the frame, or like body parts that they're moving?
It's often aerodynamic stuff. And so the problem with Formula One is because they've cut the costs so much, they've also cut pre-racing and pre-season testing. So for instance, Mercedes came to the testing day, and they had like 1 day to test, like 3 weeks or 2 weeks before the race season started. So Mercedes came like, oh, we revolutionized our car. We did this, this, and this. And they put Hamilton in the car, and they were running slower laps than last year. So their changes just didn't work out. And, you can computer simulate all you want, Bubba, but until you put a guy in the car and drive it on a track, you don't know what's going to really happen.
Right.
And so Mercedes made all these calculations, and they were wrong. Red Bull, however, has been on spot about their car. And
now, who powers Red Bull?
Honda. I think it's a Honda right now.
It's Honda.
Yeah, Honda. So their engine's good, but their chassis is good.
Right.
And so their chassis designer, Adrian Newey, has just been headhunted by Ferrari. And so they get him in a year or so. And so hopefully that will help their car.
I saw yesterday Danica Patrick interviewing Verstappen because the guy that's defected and going, you just talked about Adrian, dude. Mm-hmm. That's in Verstappen's contract. It states that if Adrian is not a part of Team Red Bull, that his contract's null and void as well.
Wow.
So I don't know if you knew that or not.
I did not know that, but it's smart because he is the magician. He is the,
Verstappen is now technically, after the season, a free agent. Now, he indicated that he, probably will stay with Red Bull because, they are so far, at this point, they feel is so far ahead of the technology curve, and that, it
won't matter for a year or two.
It won't matter for a year or two. But, so
26 will matter.
Yeah. I mean, there's some big, I was looking at what the drivers made. The Verstappen dude makes $55 million a year.
Right.
$55 million.
And Lance Stroll spent $10 million to drive. You know what I'm saying? Like his dad had to buy the team so he could drive. So there's huge discrepancies between drivers. Yeah, some guys like.
So hold on,
Verstappen earns it. He never makes a mistake.
Well, the safety. Would he have won had the safety car not come out?
Oh yeah, the safety car. There was a virtual safety car because there's debris on the track, and then there was a real safety car, and the pits were all jumbled up.
Let me. F1's got a
virtual car?
NASCAR. You know, they send out the
pace car,
the
right?
pace car, and you know that's considered what F1 would call the safety car. And they just send it out there, and the guy's driving around. Well, in Formula One, they have the ability to have a virtual safety car, so they'll just close an era. They have all this electronic stuff and what have you. And let's say, there was a piece of debris from where I'm sitting, right?
Yeah.
To like maybe where the front gate is, right?
Okay.
So they'll, I don't know, a couple of football fields before the debris, make that a dead zone, and then a couple of football fields after the debris, make that a dead zone, so that literally you can have your car floored, and as soon as it goes into that area, it just goes dead. It goes down to like 30.
It just kills the whole car?
Well, it goes down to like 30 miles an hour.
Oh, wow. And
then as soon as it goes out of that zone, it goes. So if they got a debris or something, they don't want to throw a full, because you got to understand these tracks are 2.6, sometimes 3 miles long.
This is 3.4, I think.
Yeah. So you can't, it would be just catastrophic to throw a full. Now, sometimes they'll have full course cautions.
When a car's on the field. When a car's stuck on the field,
right,
or there's a safety barrier that's damaged or something like that,
sure,
they'll throw a full caution or even a red flag. The problem is, Bubba, because pit strategy is so important, they try not to ruin those small increments that these guys gain or lose in the pits. And that's one of the reasons they try to limit the safety cars. And the virtual safety cars are like to get debris off the track usually.
That is so cool, Lummy. So it's, your car's only going to be dead for, a couple football fields. That's why some jobbers, jumping over the fence and grabbing this debris, and then they turn the track back on. But they have a ability to make sections of the track dead with what they call a virtual safety car. I mean, the technology is unbelievable.
I sent you a couple of things. I sent you a video on the virtual safety car, how it works, and then I also sent you Dr. Dan's food that he ate at the
modes
F1.
on racing games. Except instead of trying to beat the ghost car lap time, you're trying to keep just behind it. The only other rule is that the driver must be behind the virtual safety car when the light goes green again. So when the virtual safety car period is coming to an end, the drivers will get a warning. Sometime 10 to 15 seconds after the warning, the virtual safety car period will end, green flags will be waved, and they can drive at full racing speed again. At the point the green flags are waved, drivers must...
It's kind of jumped way ahead.
So, it's 6 minutes long. I think I
You explained it pretty well.
Dan, here would be the thing, though. Like, so if you're through the dead zone, right, and I don't know, do you mash... They're
supposed to keep the intervals similar. So
you know what I'm saying? Like while you're running through the safety zone, do you keep your throttle mashed so it picks back up? Or I got to think that you don't keep it mashed because you'll spin your tires, when they turn it off and probably wipe yourself out. So I think you got to kind of ginger it, kind of like be feathering the throttle a little bit. And I think they probably give you they probably give you a little bit of a warning when they're getting ready to turn it off.
Well, they said that,
so that
yes.
you don't spin yourself out.
Right. Those cars are so temperamental, and people that don't drive them can't drive them. They're that hard to drive.
Yeah. So anyway, Dan was at the. How do you do it?
I sent you his food, by the way. It's really nice food.
Dan, how do you? The one before?
Yeah, well, there's 3 pictures.
Okay.
His lobster steaks,
Dan, what did something like? All right, so this is you at the race yesterday, right?
Yeah, that's just my 5th meal that day.
Now, is it free?
Yes.
Wow.
It's free.
For me, it was free. Yes, it was there was all these wonderful stations, and that was watermelon
so
sushi
what type of area are you in order to get this type of service? You
it's
and your
a paddock club, and so Jay and I and Rob Adams and his wife were there, and so we were right above the pits, literally above the pits.
I know exactly.
And,
hold on,
right at the start finish.
I know exactly where you are on the track. I can visually. I watched enough of it. I know exactly where you are. So, like,
there's outside areas, and then you can fall into this inner building that had, all the food and the drink and stuff like that. Plus, it had waiters and waitresses that would come to you asking you for drinks.
Now, did you have any? So it was either like stand on the balcony and watch. They didn't have seats or anything, right?
Yeah, they did. I had a seat the whole time.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, they had all these like lounge chairs and like bar stool type seats with the little backs on them.
All right.
And people just lined them up against the I guess fence or whatever you call it,
Right.
the barrier, the railing. And we sat there and watched the race. I mean, I sat down the entire time.
And unless you were going to get some of this nonsense.
Right, exactly. Which
Now-
way you get to get out of heat? It was hot yesterday.
Now,
Get a good tan though, huh?
can I ask? Like what was it? $4,000? Like, I mean, what
were these tickets?
Well, yeah. I mean, like, can I ask?
You can ask. I think they were like, I don't know, like 10-ish.
Oh,
between 8 and 10. It was for 3 days.
10,000.
Yeah. I want to say maybe it was 8,500.
That watermelon sushi's not going to make itself, Bubba.
Yeah. I mean, wow.
What's interesting is that the food is very consistent and very good, and the service inside is very good because they travel with their waitresses and their cooks.
Right. So
the whole thing is a giant traveling circus.
Now, is there more? Like, do they have more availability? Like, are they? Is this particular area sold out, and you have first dibs to this area next year because you're a return customer, or is it just?
Yes.
Or is it just whoever gets there first?
No, this area sells out or is sold out. I mean, it's pretty fully sold. This race has become very popular.
Now, is this a particular manufacturer?
No.
Or is this just a public suite, so to speak?
There was a suite that anyone could buy a ticket to. Does that make sense?
Right. A public.
Yeah, it was open to the public.
A public
yeah,
suite.
Open to the public.
Now, do they have other suites there that were like swinging D's like the way you guys have your own suite at the Bucks game?
Well, there were some smaller suites that were partitioned off of this main suite. And then the floor below us had like the team suites, like the Haas suite, the Ferrari suite, and then there's also like the other suites that are like Ferrari owners suite, and then a Porsche owners suite.
I sent you a quick commercial of
factory.
it, Bubba.
Why didn't you go into the Ferrari owners suite?
Because I already had my tickets to my suite, and I was with my buddies, and it was a great ticket, and I liked my suite location better than the Ferrari suite. I got invited to that, and those tickets went down to like $7,000.
Oh, that's it.
So you had to you have to own a Ferrari.
Well, they just invited you if you were one of the customers.
So were you on the top, Dr. Dan?
Yes.
This is where you were?
Yes, right
now,
there.
Now, let me ask you a question.
Haas is below us.
This is all great. You're at the very top. Awesome. Now, where did you get a park?
Oh, we parked literally right on the other side of the stadium.
Over here?
Yes. It was parking lot 18. It was, maybe a 7-minute walk to the bottom.
Now, do you have what type of festivities do they do inside the stadium?
The stadium has giant hospitality tents for the teams. Inside the stadium, it was even hard to get to inside the stadium. And then when you do, you just see like there's maybe 8 giant temporary structures for feeding all the teams.
Oh, so that's where all the teams go to hang out.
Yeah, all the employees.
And it was
teams.
probably super exclusive. You probably couldn't even get in that area.
It was just the floor of the field. The field had just like I said.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it was walled off.
Yeah, well, they can feel they can. First of all, a fan would not want to go to that area because he's not going to be able to watch the race.
Right,
but,
there's no TVs. Exactly.
It would be perfect for a team who doesn't want to watch the race. They're there working and they need to eat and have facilities and things like that. So it's pretty well planned, right?
I imagine there's TVs inside those tents.
Now, what is there? I think the F1 comes to America 3 times: here, Vegas, and Texas. Right?
Yes.
For
the
this
Circuit
year.
of the Americas, and then they have the Vegas race.
Right.
Which is nice, because there's a point where there was 0 in America.
Now, are they going to use the same configuration that Indy used in Vegas? Or are they going... I got to think that because they had it all bougied up like this, Vegas... I'm sorry. When the Indianapolis 500 cars ran Vegas earlier this year, Dan. It was the first time that they had, made it... they have a St. Pete street course and a Long Beach. Well, they made a Vegas street course. Do you think that since it's already pre-laid out, it's prefabbed, all from everything from your walls to your catch fence, it's all prefabbed, because if you had if you've had a a similar type road race. Do you think that they'll use the same course Indy did? I think they will.
Well, the course was built for the F1 race that was there in October or in early November. And so they probably used the Formula One track because, like you said, most of that infrastructure was there.
So Formula One laid it out, and then Indy just took it.
Exactly.
So I had it reverse engineered. So let me. This is the advertising to that rich people like Dan got.
Yeah, the paddock club.
And we sat right next to that giant screen, so we could see the TV. We could see everything going on
over here.
No, the scene before this.
Oh,
yeah, that giant screen right there.
Oh, okay. To me, if let me just between you and I.
Yeah.
If you and I are here.
Oh yeah.
And the race is going on, and I'm this guy. I feel as if I might as well be at a restaurant watching it.
Yeah, I feel like you're just at home.
Right.
With good food.
I need to be out here and feel the situation. And I don't need $190 wings. I don't need some fancy chef cooking some stuff for me.
That looks pretty good.
This is amazing.
So they put that much effort into everybody?
Yeah.
I mean, if you got a ticket, they're gonna pamper you that much.
They pampered us.
I mean, $8 to $10 grand.
Jeez. How close were you to Trump?
I was 30 feet. He was directly below me. I could have done one of those little spits that would have landed on him.
So, Dan, is that what you did? Is boom?
Right there. That's exactly what I was doing.
A lot of hot chicks.
There was a lot of pretty girls. There's some really, really, really rich guys.
Real rich guys.
Really rich guys. And a lot of athletes and stars. I mean,
like billionaires?
Yeah, billionaires. Yeah.
That made you look like guys.
Made you look like I'm homeless.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Hours of time in between. And that's when you go in, you eat, and you hang out, and you cool off.
Did you send me the Caitlin Clark highlights?
Yes, I did. I gotta probably reset. I sent you like 10 things after that, and I say I'll resend it in a second.
Morning Game Powers, Bob Cook, Big Blakely, and Alan Weiss, T. James, Camper Scott, Jay Bowler, and Chris Stevens. Bob Cook. What's up, Brady from Florida? No. They are good, Jay Bowler, aren't they? What's up, Bob Cook? Hey, Marie Guatemala. What's up, Iggy? Purple Lips. Sosa Automotive. Berto Perez. What's up, Skumpy? Hanson. Snizzles Lazaire. Short Trucker. Marie Guatemala. Fan in Orlando. Oscar County. Yeah, I like the Power Bar Protein Cross Dave. PTBO. What's up, Ant Kid? Sky Caloza. How's Alberta? And Glasgow, Fleet Experience. I did it from the stands a couple years ago.
How is Ashley like a Dolphins fan, a Mets fan? Like, where does...
Apparently, her dad's from New York. She lived in Port St. Lucie where they do spring training. They didn't have the Marlins back then because she was born in Port St. Lucie. Dolphins fan because it's the closest to the Dolphins.
Okay.
Penguins because, again, Miami didn't have a hockey team. Her mom's from Pittsburgh.
Oh, my...
She has a story behind the whole fucking thing.
Jesus Christ, man. You guys got all the teams covered.
And then Florida State because
She's got a whole equation now.
I know.
I got...
At least Lummy has somebody to root for when the Tampa teams are out.
What do you mean? Her team suck worse than Tampa.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, not that the Mets are really doing anything.
No, or the fucking Penguins or the...
Nope, you're
well,
right.
I guess the Dolphins. But
The Dolphins are trying.
They're trying.
They got Odell.
Oh, yeah, that's going to make a big difference.
President Trump did get
That she probably will.
He's good for a couple of good games a year.
I didn't hear a single negative about
Yeah,
it.
he broke up with Kim Kardashian, so now he's going to be good.
Who?
Odell Beckham.
Well, she wanted a family. She loved his genetics. That's what I read.
Oh, God.
What up, Super Chat?
Doesn't she have kids already?
Yeah, with Kanye.
4.
Her dad must be so proud of her.
All right,
I know.
Pete.
He's dead.
I know.
You want to hear all the times Hulk Hogan or Tucker Carlson called in? I like that idea. We have it all for you on BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Let me, by the way, the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, Monday, May 6th, 2024. Lummy, did everybody, including Seth, agree that, like, maybe to start tweeting a little bit more?
Yes, sir.
And, like, Seth, when you get something really good for your own little tweet, I don't know how much money you're making from your own little tweet, but you got the ability to make some money on my tweet. So, why don't you give me a little bit of your tweet, bitch? You know what I'm saying? Instead of keeping all that good tweet that you got for Seth Cush.
I got to feed my machine too, Bubba.
Yeah, please.
Have you monetized your tweeting? Your Twitter?
Him?
Say Seth. Yeah.
No.
No, he'll never. He'll never get close to that.
Eric Rogan, 20 on the Venmo.
So,
I was getting $1 million a month before.
so help me, buddy. Okay, like if you got the groundbuster tweet, I'm just saying, help me, kid.
I got you, Bubba. I still have to put time and effort into mine because I want to be able to promote all the podcasts and everything like that.
Why can't you? Whatever you put up that's real good on yours, you just put it up on mine too. Just that one extra step. Okay. Thanks. Lummy, had you guys been extra step?
Okay.
Oh, damn it. Thanks. Lummy, had you guys been extra step? Okay. Oh, damn it. Thanks. Lummy, had you guys been extra step? Okay. Oh, damn it. Thanks. All right. Thank you. So sorry.
Did you ever have a step-up social media conversation when Anna was here?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Did you?
She, then she did a show and like saying like I
hate social media.
I hate social media. I mean, she actually, like, one of her Friday shows was like, I know that I'm supposed to be, if you're in radio or you're creating content or you're trying to, I guess at the end of the day, you're trying to, obtain and get new people to watch your content, right? You're trying to promote your content because you make a living from your content, whether that be a terrestrial radio show, whether that be the videos that you put up on YouTube, that you repurpose on Facebook, whether that's stuff that you put up on Twitter or Instagram or X or Rumble or, Lummy, the very Twitter, I think I said Twitter.
Yep.
You're trying to, so if you're doing a show, creating content, you have to use those platforms not only to maybe have some organic
natural programming that's conducive only to that platform, exclusive, if you will. But you have to always promote the big show, the big, the overall program. You should be promoting it as well. I heard her do a break one time saying, I'm going against the grain of what everybody in my industry does, and that is promote themselves and or the brand. And I've taken a step away from it, from social media. I just don't participate. I don't understand how you can be, 1/5 of a major radio program or content creator program, one fifth of it, and not want to roll your sleeves up and help create and promote content. And Seth, she even had a ratings incentive for however many people she added, she would get $100.
Yeah, she was just very fearful she would see a comment she didn't like, so that's why she stayed away from it.
Okay, I'm glad you're her spokesperson, and I'm glad you're not doing it her way anymore. So, Lummy, as
Strauss
you guys,
TV, $10 super chat.
Thank you, super chat. Love y'all. PayPal, Venmo, and super chat at the Bubba Army. Our Cash Apps just don't even get me going. I literally might. I've never really had therapy. But I may have to go to therapy over this Cash App deal.
Oh, no.
I mean, they just take your money, they freeze you out, and when you then jump through every verification step that they've asked to verify your business, including your federal taxes, your federal tax ID number, and you've had no problems with them, and now they say that their suggestion to you is we can't. It's inevitably, this is what they've determined, that they don't want to do business with me. My type of business is not good for them, which I just don't understand. I don't understand what my business does that's not so good for you. And this all came down from this was an April 1st federal mandate. I've done a little bit of research on it, Lummy. It was an April 1st Biden federal mandate, where he looks at it, had his IRS and the federal agents look into all of these, like Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. There's a couple, Zelle. There's a handful of those where you can, electronically give and receive and send money, right?
Yes.
And I guess Biden through a you can probably look it up yourself. Through his cabinet or the Department of Homeland Security or whatever, wanted to do a deep dive on all these places that are accept cash and you can send cash, to make sure that legitimate, like cartels and things are. They've basically, that's what they're looking for: cartels and people getting and sending money that aren't part of a legitimate business.
But they don't care about fraud. They don't care about people getting ripped off. They don't care about people getting extorted, and they want to go after all these entities that they're never going to go after.
Right, and I'm one of them. They feel as if like I'm a cartel whatever I'm doing. The money that I'm receiving from you great people is funding a very bad business. And I've been on the phone, and it's just like they say their answer to me is, well, you know what? Why don't you start a personal account? I'm like, I can't start a personal account.
Why don't you just close it and start a new business account under a different email? Why don't you just do it that way? Just shut it down and open up another one.
Dan,
it's still business.
Dan, because I cannot get the Bubba Army moniker. It's been flagged. And so I'd say, okay, contribute every which way you can. The podcast is Bubba Army, Rumble's Bubba Army, YouTube's Bubba Army, X is Bubba Army, Facebook's Bubba Army, Twitch is Bubba Army, Instagram's Bubba Army, PayPal's Bubba Army, Venmo's Bubba Army. Oh, but our Cash App is @_ Bubba Army 66. No, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to do that. I want everything to be uniform, and I shouldn't have to open up a new business if my original business didn't do anything wrong. It's just a joke. It's like I'm in this, I'm in this algorithm bot that won't let me out.
Joe Biden's America, Bubba.
And exactly. And even when I talk to a person, they're like, well, Mr. Clem, we can see that you're double verified. We can see that you've sent your taxes in. We can see that you've done the necessary, but it's still not letting us, release your money or give you a good account status. I can't understand why they would do that, because it looks like you've, jumped through the necessary hoops and filled out the decimal. It looks like it checks out. It looks like it should check out, but there's a big red strike on you. Like literally. I did speak to somebody on Saturday. I had about an hour of downtime in my trailer while I was prepping for the track. And I was like, let me just try to call Cash App, because I keep getting these notices of all this money that is expiring.
Yeah, we got two on Saturday too. 25 from Wayne Van Reaper and Tristan Keene. 20 for Dr. Dan.
That's still all in play, but like after a week, all of it expires.
Yep.
So I got I had $560 expire over like Thursday, Friday. So Saturday, I'm like, I've got to call them and so this is the seventh time I've spoke to somebody. I keep writing them down. And I'm like, this was a guy, and he actually had pretty good English. And I'm like, sir? He's like, yes, Mr. Bubba. And I go, sir, I have literally talked to 6 other people, most of them women, and they just cannot remedy this account. It says that I've verified all my businesses. I've done everything you guys have asked. I've sent my federal taxes. I sent a picture on my driver's license. I put my face on your facial recognition deal and put my mouth in the little box and I did all that, and that got approved. I then got emails from you, sir, that I can send to you or send you a screenshot saying that congratulations, you've been approved. And I'm not approved, buddy. And he's like, Mr. Clem, or Mr. He kept calling me Mr. Bubba. He goes, Mr. Bubba, I'll tell you right now, looking at your account, it looks like you're all checked out, like you completely have done everything they've asked, and you have verified that your sub S corporation, federal tax ID number, blah blah blah, 59 or 69er. It looks like it's all been checked out. You're all been cleared, but there's a big red X at the bottom of this page that I probably shouldn't be telling you about, but I don't think that you're ever going to be able to start an account back here. And I'm like,
you got the scarlet letter.
But I'm like, sir, like, can I talk to somebody above you? It's like there's nobody above me. I'm in a phone bank, and we have supervisors in here, but I'm a supervisor.
He doesn't have a supervisor?
No.
He hasn't answered anybody?
No, well, I mean, yeah, probably, but not anybody I can talk to. You know what I'm saying? So what are your
options right now, Bubba? Because it seems like you're going through the steps of insanity.
I am.
So I mean, is it?
I think that's what's best. I think it's best described.
Would you rather not have a Cash App at all and push everybody to everything else, or would you, which it doesn't sound like, rather have a different name for the account and have people send money to that?
Let me, our boy Rolo Riviera,
Rudy,
20 on the PayPal. Thank you, PayPal. And Venmo at the Bubba Army.
Sky Cluza on the rant. Thank you.
Seth, I don't know. A week ago I would have said I'm going to keep fighting for this, and because I think I can get some closure if I can just talk to the right person. But now I'm kind of at the point where I'm like, you know what? I don't think this is ever going to happen, and any money you would donate to Cash App might not make it to us. Now you'll get it back. They refund it. Like, don't think that if you sent $200 last week to Cash App, that you'll get it. Trust me, you'll get it back. I get updates every day of 4 and 5 donations that are going back because I have not been able to clear my good name. So you'll get your money back.
Bubba, now that you have so many followers on all your social media, have you blasted Cash App on your social media? Because they sometimes respond to that.
I've tried. Have we not?
Yes, we have.
I think we've tried.
You couldn't continue.
Well, Lummy could if he participated in Twitter more. Hopefully, he will. Let me maybe get that. Maybe get that Cash App short and put it up on Twitter.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
At Cash App you could do that for me.
We'll just keep blasting it. Yep.
Seth, maybe a little Insta love from you, lover.
Sure.
Oh, no problem.
We're going to get that right into the hands of the board of directors.
Yes.
But I mean, inevitably, we weren't ever going to get our Twitter back either. We were never going to get our Twitter back. Some of these trolls, a couple of them out there, they got something that they really know how to get us with, because they got us algorithmed on Twitter for what, 4 years, Lummy?
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
And it looks like they've got us algorithmed out on Cash App for forever. So whatever. Sucks.
Ridiculous.
Anyway, Caitlin Clark, by the way, Brandon the Quad.
Beach Meadow Detectives, $10 on the Super Chat.
Thank you. Super Chat's the way to go.
Yeah, he said he sent you something.
Brandon the Quad knows that I'm a huge Caitlin Clark fan, and he sent me a Caitlin Clark Indiana Fever hat. So, you know what? Thank you so much, Brandon the Quad. Appreciate you, my friend. So, she had her first game. Was it Saturday night, Lummy?
Friday?
Friday night, yeah. Now, mind you, the Indiana Fever were the worst team in the league last year. Like, they were the worst. I think they won like 6 games. Like, they're the worst. And I think Dallas was fairly competitive. And they gave Dallas a hell of a game. But Caitlin, she scored 21, but Lummy, she got into foul trouble and sat the entire third. Supposedly, she scored 11 of the Indiana Fever's first 19 points. And then got onto a little bit of a cold streak, and then sat most of the third, and then came back in the fourth and ended up with 21 points. I mean, I guess 21 points. And you got to admit, Seth, this is way better competition than she had in college.
Oh,
These are all pros.
They play defense?
Yeah.
In the pros and the men's pros, they barely play defense.
No, they
at
play
all.
defense here.
Oh,
but she put in 20. It's
$100 a shot.
She put in 21, Lummy, on her rookie night.
Not bad.
That's good.
On the road. Now here's the.
Not bad for a game that doesn't mean anything.
Right, exactly.
Literally at 40 games, she gets about $2,000 a game.
And then here's the other thing. So she usually the Dallas team plays in a venue that I think seats like $4,000 or something like that.
Yeah.
They sold out. This is the other thing that Caitlin Clark brings to the WNBA. Dallas has never sold out a game. And if they did, it's that 3,000 or 4,000 seat arena they played. They actually played, because Caitlin Clark was coming to town, they sold 7,900, almost 8. Well, they sold the place out. I think it's where the University of, I think it was UT Austin. I think it's I think it's where the University of Texas Longhorns men's basketball arena. I think
correct.
And
they averaged about 3,800 a game last year.
Yeah, they averaged 38. Dallas, the WNBA team, averaged 3,800. Caitlin Clark comes to town. You have to move venues to an 8,000 square foot seating, and they sell it out. Nice. That's what Caitlin Clark represents, I think.
That's happening in Vegas too. They're already switched stadiums for when she comes to town.
And so the opposing team, Seth, they might be tripling their gate.
I know it's. You know what, Bubba? It's crazy. This is her first preseason game, and all this is happening. All these people said she wasn't going to be a thing anymore when she got to the WNBA.
Yep.
And now she's got a $28 million deal with Nike.
And a thing is one thing, how you do on the court. But the one thing that a lot of people have to consider is the ancillary thing, and that is the fact that, she's coming to town. She's throwing on 21. She's pretty good. She's playing for the worst team in the league, and she might be able to maybe bring them to 500. She'll probably only get better.
It's not even about how good she is. It's about her style of play. It's the style of play of Steph Curry. Like, you'll see, It's hard to defend her. I think she had 5 3-pointers. It's not just so much like she's good. It's that the way that she pulls up from,
She's the absolute version of Curry.
Yeah, and that's what's so exciting about it. I mean, Steph Curry absolutely changed the game. So
And so here's the deal. Not only is she going to score 21, maybe make Indiana Fever an exciting team to watch. She's a once in a lifetime player, but the opposing team doesn't even hate her. They love her because they're having to, they're selling out 8,000 seat arenas when they usually averaged 3,800, for a game. So they're loving the guy too, or the girl. Here's a few highlights from Friday night. No, is there no volume on this? I don't think there's any volume on this.
Of course not.
Boom, boom, boom. From 3, boom. God, I wish there was audio
Her
on
long
that.
threes are amazing. It's interesting, Bubba, when a personality defines and really accelerates a sport. You remember how Tiger Woods did it to golf. And so all of a sudden, all these young kids started playing golf. African-American kids started playing golf.
Yep.
The golf interest rocketed. And then when he got out of golf, it suffered.
Yep.
Caitlin Clark is doing this to women's basketball, and it's fun to watch.
Every once in a while, there's a personality.
It's a personality
that enters into a sport that makes the sport now the cool thing.
Right.
And,
now,
and it's very, very rare. It's very rare.
No, it takes an iconic person. She's an iconic sports personality. Good for her. I'm happy for her. I'm happy for the other women that have been getting completely taken advantage of and playing a professional sport for $75,000 a year. I can't believe that they get paid so little to be professional athletes.
Just 4 months out of the year they're playing, though. So
I know. And no one goes to watch them. So, but still. We talk about parity. I mean, you have guy basketball players making $20 million a year, $15 million a year, and these guys are making $80,000 a year, and no one's bitching about it.
But hold on, Dan. Here's the deal. They just now can start to bitch because prior to this woman, they were selling, the men's team. Golden State sells out their 19,000 seat facility, and these girls are selling out 3,000 and 4,000 seat facilities, and then here's the big one: TV money.
Right.
No, I mean, I don't know how. I mean, nobody watched this. There was no TV money to be. Not really any. There was some TV money, but not like what the NBA. I mean, it's hard telling what the NBA contract is. So it has everything to do with gate and TV as to what you set your salary caps at. And these girls, based on the TV money, they're not trying to screw these girls. And listen, when Caitlin Clark brings more TV and more, people to the stadiums to watch this, those $75,000 first year players are going to be $150,000 first year players, and you'll be able to make at one time maybe they'll have a maximum of $1 million where a girl makes $1 million. So I'm just saying, but it comes with ratings on TV and attendance at the ball game and merchandise. And when Caitlin Clark revolutionizes and puts this many more eyeballs on television and in real life, these girls will be more fairly compensated. But the men, they just don't pay the men more because they're men. They pay because the men make more money. It's all based on it's all based on money.
It took them time to get there.
Yeah, it did. I mean, nobody goes to these games.
No.
Nobody. I mean, you had 3,000 people. I'm just going to have more at his wrestling event this Saturday.
Oh, is that this weekend?
Oh, yeah.
We're going to talk
Saturday.
about it. God, she's got such a beautiful shot,
She
does
does.
she not?
She's a good stroke.
I wish we were able to listen to some of the commentary here. Look at this.
Well, you
Boom.
can't defend that
Boom.
at all.
You can't.
That's why when people said she wouldn't work at the WNBA, I was like, why not? If you could hit a shot from 8 feet behind the line, you can hit it in college, you can hit it in the pros.
There's not too many people that. I mean, that's indefensible.
Yeah.
I mean, it's indefensible if you got a screen and then the girl takes she's 5 steps from where the 3-point line is. I mean, oh, you want to take a chart? No problem. Let me just throw up this. Boom. All right. So anyway, Lummy, that's the Caitlin Clark deal, and thank you so much to my boy Brandon the Quad Lummy for my Caitlin Clark hat.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. So Dan, we as a show, I don't think we wanted to call it an intervention, but on your Instagram this weekend, which you're so very kind enough to be able to create content for both. I think you actually just create content for Bubba for the Bubba Army. I don't even think you worry about your own stuff.
I don't really post anything on myself. It's just 100% for you guys. And that picture I wasn't expecting to be posted.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay.
So I was just saying hi to Seth.
Oh,
well, I'm just
sorry.
Okay. Well, hold on now, Dan. I mean, that's a little weird. I mean, I
was just we were joking
Seth.
we were texting back and forth and texting funny things back and forth. I just threw that in. I was like, hey, we were laughing.
Oh, I thought that was.
It's all right. I'm not mad, but that wasn't really.
I said this is the content I've been waiting
Dan.
for all weekend.
Dan. I mean, Dan. A couple things here. One, that might have just taken Seth right over the edge. Okay, one, and then two. Like, were you the only guy with his shirt off?
No.
Okay.
Just the first.
So you
it's like, you know that cake sitting around.
There's some parts of the taking his shirt off.
There's a party, there's a cake, and the first guy takes that first bite, and all of a sudden the cake's gone in 3 minutes.
No, Dr. Dan, we don't. Bubba and I don't have that experience of being the first.
Hold on. Me and Lummy, probably only one other man in this building, which would be Mach, has the mindset in your mind that we're going to be at a public event and we're going to, in any way, shape, or form, ever take off our shirts. The only way Lummy would take off his shirt is if Walker was on fire and he needed to, and he needed to.
Add no water.
You know, he needed to take his shirt to smother out the flames in a blanket type deal. That is the only way Lummy is taking off his shirt in public.
That's
Lummy,
right.
am I right?
Yes, you are correct.
I mean, right. Seth, you're the same way. Unless little Sethy caught on fire, you're not taking off your shirt.
Definitely not.
I'm not taking off my shirt. If Merch Crick was on fire, I may still not even take off my shirt.
You got a hat. You can pat it down with a hat.
Yeah.
So Dan,
She knows how to stop, drop, and roll with the best of them.
Now Macho Man, he barely wears a shirt.
That's right.
The way he cuts his tank tops off and stuff.
I don't even think he would go shirtless, Bubba. I think he would just wear like one of those thin tanks.
No, I think he's shirtless. I think he said he cuts the grass shirtless too.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think he shows up in one of those real spaghetti top kind of deals that he does, and then that comes off.
Well,
I think.
he was telling a story. He was cutting his grass, I think shirtless, and some girls pulled up and were taking pictures of him.
Hold on, Macho Man. What say you?
That's awesome. Good for you, Mach.
I was actually kind of creeped out because I didn't know what they were doing. I'm like sitting there, mowing, and then I get off to blow off the driveway, and they're sitting there in like an SUV across the way with their phones sticking out the window.
Taking pictures?
And I didn't want to approach them because I didn't want to, get arrested or anything.
What do you mean get arrested?
They were like 12.
Oh
no.
Gross. Oh, that's even.
Oh, my God.
Now that
Mach.
story took a turn.
Hello. You got a call from the Hillsborough County
What did
Jail.
he do? He's cutting his grass.
Will you accept? Will you accept? Yes, I will. Hello, Macho Man. What are you doing in jail? Oh, yeah, I was just cutting my grass, and these 12-year-olds were taking pictures of me, so I went into a double buy shot, just thinking, what's wrong with that? I was on the street. They were in their car. I had a double buy. Next thing you know, they got me for child porn, kid. Ah!
Do you think a mom was driving, Macho? Or
Macho, that or the mom? Hold on, the mom didn't want to be so obvious, so she went home and said, "Listen, they got their learner's permit. Listen, you guys drive around where that real hot dude was, because mom doesn't want to take a picture. She's going to get caught admiring Macho's big, unbelievable body, but she can dispatch her kid over there, and so they were probably on a mission for some coog." Mach.
That's right.
That or maybe even, Mach, you might be so hot and so muscular that even 12-year-olds want to take pictures of you.
Were they on bikes or were they in a car?
No, it was like a SUV, an older SUV. The back window was down.
Oh, okay.
So I couldn't see who was in the front.
So there was at least a 16 or 17-year-old hopefully driving, right?
Yeah.
I would assume so, yes.
Yeah.
But you never know in that neighborhood.
Right.
We got to get a Lummy
Now
investigate.
You got 5-year-olds on golf carts driving them
when
over
you
there.
when you mow the lawn, does it really get you pumped? Like, do you really get jacked on the deal?
No, I'm just sitting on the lawnmower.
Oh, you're sitting on a lawnmower. I thought you were pushing.
I got one of those zero turns.
Oh, okay.
But I was standing with the blower to blow off the driveway.
Oh, yeah, they got you when you were blowing.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. So anyway, Macho Man's got it. Yeah, so Dan, here's the deal.
I will say this.
I don't know if you should be doing this, Dan. I don't know how good of a look this is. Just saying.
I was burning up. It was an outside Florida outdoor sports event where in any other context, May in Miami, you go to a football game, there's a bunch of people with shirts off. You go to Bucks games, there's a bunch of people with shirts off because it's freaking hot. It's Florida. It's 90 plus degrees.
Dan,
I was dying.
Dan, what we're trying to say is,
All right.
this is what we're really trying to say.
What do you say?
We're trying to say this.
We're jealous.
We're jealous. I mean, no, like I'm gonna be, Dan. I'm gonna shoot you straight from the hip as your friend. Okay, it just really, makes me even. I love you more than anything. You're one of my best friends, but. My Lord, what I wouldn't give to be you. Like, Lummy, how awesome would it be to be 58 years old? Now, listen, Dan's not some spring chicken here. I mean, Dan's an older guy. I mean, Dan, I know that you.
Why are you trying to old Dan up when he's got the body of a 27-year-old?
I'm just being statistics, okay? Just pure statistics.
Look at those nipples.
Pure
Yeah, the
pure,
comments.
hold on. If you just take Dan's vitals,
Yeah.
okay, 58 years old, 5'11", 6 foot, 171 pounds. Okay, you wouldn't think that a 58-year-old, those statistics in themselves, you wouldn't think that you would have a Greek god that looked like this at with just those plain stats. I have very similar stats. Well, I'm in age.
Yeah.
I'm 58 years old. 5'10", 282. That doesn't,
Barrel chest.
Just what I'm saying. Like, I'm not going to have my shirt off. So, Dan, as much as we want to say, Dan, that's probably not the look of an older dude, that's what we want to say. That's what our exteriorly we're saying, just because inside we're saying, God, look at him.
But
Just look at that dude.
Why should Dan have to think twice before he takes his shirt off just because of his age?
Hold on.
It's more about the body than the age.
Listen to me. He doesn't have to. That's what makes us jealous, is the fact that, Lummy and I have to think 400 times before we take our shirt off. Dan just peels and goes. Dan's ready to peel at any time because he's got the body to peel. And maybe we don't, quite frankly, have the body to peel. So since you don't got the body to peel, you hate those that do.
And he's got a $20,000 watch, $500 sunglasses.
Look at this. That's just like that's pimp.
All I see is one perfect pack.
Yeah, I just see. If you look at it, you just see a perfect lot of things. If you incorporate his age and his wisdom, that's just. You're the George Clooney of Tampa, Dan. I'm just telling you.
Thank you.
Dan,
I appreciate that.
Dan, do you think? Honest to God, if you were to had a most handsome or rugged man contest of Tampa Bay, and it was only for 58-year-old men.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think Dan Diaco would win?
Fortunately, Jimmy's only like 55, so I have a shot.
I didn't say 55 to 60 and open the window up for Jimmy, okay?
Okay.
Because Jimmy
Yeah,
looks...
I win.
Yeah, but no. If I open the window 55 to 60...
Oh, then I don't win.
Jimmy wins.
Right, yeah. Jimmy's
all day.
Really handsome.
All day. But if I give you your own window, you win it by far.
I would like to. That'd be fun.
Damn, Dan. Does Jay even have that good a body?
Jay's built pretty well. He goes up and down. Right now, he's in good shape.
Did he take the shirt off with you?
No.
No, because he's... Hold on. Hey, hold on. I'm going to be Jay. I'm going to be Jay Diaco, okay? Seth asked me why I didn't take my shirt off, and my brother did.
Jay, why didn't you take your shirt off, man? You look great.
Because I hold myself to a different decorum.
Different level of decorum.
Danny gets wild out here.
Yeah, Dan is wired a certain way. I have just as good a body, but would prefer to just keep it under wraps and let people just imagine as to what I have. I hold myself to a way different decorum to him on all different levels. Thank you.
I did want to say this, Bubba, and I did post the picture because our Instagram numbers, it was like 90% men, but it's taken a turn, and now it's 83% men.
Listen, and
so
this
is really appealing to the 17%.
Here's the deal: we got two good-looking dudes. We got Macho, and we got Dan. We even got Jay.
That's right.
You just take some sexy pictures of them. Maybe we can get Dan here at the gym one day. Working out. We do a whole big photo. Dan.
Photo shoot?
Dan, hold on. Dan helps our women Instagram and Twitter number shoot, right?
I'll do a workout deal with you, Bubba, but I just need like another couple weeks before my shoulders ready for that.
I know.
I'll do it.
I know. So there you go. There's Dan in Miami. I'm in Miami, bitch.
It was fun. We had a great time.
We were going to have a Dan intervention, but we're like, the only way we'd be having a Dan intervention and say, Dan, this probably isn't, a picture you should post. We would only be lying and trying to make you look bad because we're jealous. What is Dan? I can't pick anything apart there.
No.
His chest is muscular. His nipple is prominent. You
have prominent nipples.
He's got nice clavicle.
The teeth are great.
His teeth are great. $600 sunglasses, $45,000 watch. Upper delt head, nice. Traps, nice.
Those are probably $500 shorts.
Yeah. I'm just saying, what? So I beg somebody, The only person who would pick this apart would be Ramina because she wasn't invited.
Right.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Hear about it.
Did Kendall want to go?
I don't know.
Would she have just hung out in Miami, or would she have like gone to the Rays?
I don't know. I mean, at night we were so wiped out, we'd just go to a nice dinner and then just go home.
Oh yeah.
I didn't even go out.
Did you guys have a hotel?
Yes, the AKA.
How much did that cost tonight?
Oh, yeah, that's Jay.
Ha Jay uses points, baby.
They rape you on the hotel rooms that weekend. They're usually double what they normally are.
Oh, we're gonna have to ask Jay Hotel.
It was a nice hotel. It was right like 2 blocks from, not even, it was like a block from where our
Now,
friend
Dan, how did
Adam
you?
was staying.
Hold on here. Hold on here.
Sorry for violating your trust and posting that, Dan.
That's all right.
I got excited.
That's all right.
I saw an.
I thought you were looking more for videos. I didn't think you were going to post the photo.
Oh no, I like it all.
Well, then, Dan, it made
Fair
for a great,
game. I understand.
It made for a great break too, and it was a break to put you over.
Right.
So like,
I understand. I wasn't.
Hey, Seth.
Caught me off guard a little
Yes,
bit.
sir. I'm sorry. We'll never violate your trust again.
That's right.
Just put a no post. This is for you.
Did you get any shirtless pictures from Babyface?
No.
No.
No, he should. I think he went shirtless at his daughter's bowling party this weekend. But he
Those UV lights are hot. Those fluorescent lights get hot.
Dan shirtless at the F1 and Babyface is at his kid's bowling party with a sweater on.
I texted Babyface a lot because he was buying baseball cards off eBay this weekend. I kept asking him if he was getting a good deal.
So he was born at his daughter's party buying baseball
Dude,
cards?
honestly, he was just like, oh man, he's like, I would have bought this card, but I had my daughter's freaking party that so he's like, I missed this bid.
Oh, no.
I'm just pissed that my friend didn't make the bet I asked him to make on Mystic Dan.
Oh, on the Kentucky
Yeah,
Derby?
he's like, dude, they're doing bets on there's 18-1 odds on like a horse Mystic Dan. I said, please put
What
$100
up,
down for me
Berto?
too. Guy for some reason wasn't able to make a bet. I thought I won $2,000.
Well, yeah, the Hard Rock doesn't do horse racing.
That's why it's hard to get
I don't know if
to.
he does Hard Rock, but yeah, there's some sites. that-
He was
let
having
me send me
problems.
send me the Derby call.
Okay. Good morning, Berto Perez.
I wasn't betting on it because I had any insight. It's just because of narcissism, just because it has my name.
Right, exactly. And he almost won, didn't
He did win. 18-1 too.
Yeah.
Seth does not read YouTube.
Let me go, Steve. 70 months stuck in Dean's tub. 70 months Indiana beer.
he? Let me. What's wrong with the Rays?
74 months. They won. They swept the Mets.
They're in last place, though.
Hey, when are we talking about Lummy's high spot? Because I'm really fucking excited about his wrestling.
They're five. They're almost 500. I mean, that you got to think the AL East is the hardest division in the in baseball. Every team is pretty much at 500. Baltimore's good. Red Sox are overplaying. Yankees are good. Toronto's really good.
There's only like 140 games left.
Yeah. Listen, the White Sox still have a chance to make the playoffs.
Oh my god. I fucking hope not. They suck.
They took the series from the Cardinals.
I know, man. I don't even.
Oh yeah, hold on. Will you send me the Cardinals? Will you send me there was a judge got thrown out at the Cardinal game.
Yeah. I'll send you.
And I got an observation I want to go with.
Hey guys, I have one question. Pancakes or protein shakes?
Dan, I can't do either. I mean, protein shakes.
Which means are you?
Because I am on my diet today.
Are you back on your diet?
Yeah.
Okay. I won't.
Those pancakes will bring your diet right down to zero.
Oh yeah, they fuck your diet up good.
Those pancakes will bring you right down to zero.
Tara said she's gonna make those pancakes. A lot of people have said they're gonna make pancakes.
Maria,
Tara. I went to Metro Diner yesterday. I got the Bissell breakfast. No meat. What up,
you sent
sister?
it to me yet, Lummy?
You said the St. Louis Cardinals threw out Judge?
No, a car. I think Judge got thrown out
Somebody got thrown out at Busch Stadium this weekend.
Okay, so that must be the White Sox.
Somebody got, and I want to show something. I noticed something.
Okay.
What up, sister girl? LM Close.
You're listening to the man that is best friends with Deion Sanders, Tony Stewart, and not Hulk Hogan. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I don't know. Lummy, I don't think I announced the new app last week, and we had a big meeting about it. And I had a big meeting with Tom Bean and Mike Rowe and Macho Man, and we just had a meeting about it, and it was like we finally pulled the trigger on it. We all agreed that we think that logistically people would be able to listen to get the show a little easier. If you don't watch us on YouTube or Rumble or X or Facebook or Twitch, and you audibly get us, because maybe you're driving a truck or something like that and you can't, visually watch us. But, we've been asking people to go to Bubba Army HQ. That's our one-stop shopping. It also has our entire library of anything we've ever done. It's a direct link to our podcasting world. Let me, if you wanted to hear, the July 18th show from 2007 Sirius, it would be there. If you want to hear the Cox morning show, do we have all the Cox up yet, or do we just a portion of it?
Not yet, but just a portion so far.
But pretty much, it's our entire library. And Lummy, we're getting ready to do from all the new, now listen, we have all Manson's and Ned's bits in there, but from all of our new parody guys, which I don't even know how many we have nowadays. It seemed like two have quit. I think we're putting that section up as well.
Yes.
And so we agreed that now when we built Bubba Army HQ, we didn't make it like we used to have a Bubba Army app, and it would just play the show, and that's about all it would do. And a lot of people just liked hitting that one little app, Bubba Army app, boom, and then there was your show. Well, I'm going to do you one better. I'm in developing of a new app. It's going to be called Bubba Army HQ. You're going to go download it from your app store, whether it's a Samsung-based or a Apple-based, and then it'll have the entire functionality of everything that you can do on Bubba Army HQ desktop, from the archives to the current show to downloading to streaming to anything. Like, it's going to completely mirror what Bubba Army HQ desktop Lummy is, and there'll never be an excuse as to how I can't find the show, because literally all you have to do is go download the Bubba Army HQ app, and it'll literally be the easiest thing ever. Like, I've been telling Tom and Mike, they're like, well, we don't need an app, and I'm just like, listen, the Bubba Army is less technical than me, and I'm pretty stupid when it comes to technology. And they like that. Just let me hit it. Let me hit one app. Like, well, they can just go to open up their search. They can just open up their the browser and go to BubbaArmyHQ.com, and then I'm like, okay, they don't. No, they don't. The Bubba Army does not want to go to their web browser on their phone. Anybody that's listening to us mobilely, they don't want to go to their web browser. They don't want to type in Bubba Army HQ, mark it down as a favorite, join it, and then always have to open up their browser to go to it. They want to hit a button. They want to hit an app. Bank of America doesn't make people go to bankofamerica.com, open up their browser, and go. No, they got an app, and it goes, and you hit it, and it takes you right where you want. Well, Lummy, big news. I instructed all of our guys, the people that have put together HQ that are doing all this, I've instructed them to put together a full-blown app that will work, with anything. And you literally, there's no excuse for you not to be able to listen to the show real time. 2, go back and listen to today's show anytime. And 3, different levels of subscription, Sergeant and Lieutenant, that will allow you to have access, stream and or download all of our stuff. And we're putting up old stuff as we find it. So there's always constantly, not only does today's show, today's after show, everything that we do, everything that goes through these microphones ends up on Bubba Army HQ.
Correct.
Everything, even the podcast, everything we do transparently goes through Bubba Army HQ. Now you're going to have an app, so there's no excuse. I'm excited about it, and I think it's really going to make a difference.
Oh, it will make a huge difference.
Do we tell them the kicker?
What's the kicker?
$10.
What do you mean?
I thought you had to pay $10 to download it.
You do.
Okay.
I mean, because I have to. You
got stuff you have to pay for.
I got to pay for the app.
Yeah.
So it's
one-time fee, right?
It's $9.99 for a year, and so it's $9.99. It's $10 a year to have the app. So yeah, I'm sorry. That's just.
You don't need to apologize. I just wanted to let everybody know to start saving their coins.
I wasn't even going to say anything about that until Numbnuts blurted it out.
But
I was going to completely just keep that part out.
Well, people have to make their budgeting adjustments.
No, they don't. I was going to deal with bitching as it came.
I thought you wanted to get out in front of it.
No,
with a few bitchings now.
No.
Okay.
I don't want to get out in front of it. Okay. I don't give people sticker shock. You automatically now got them trolling me.
No,
before, I mean, it's not going to be available probably for a month or two. So I have a month or two of not having to deal with. Oh yeah, you're going to. So now can you see what you just gave me?
Now you got a month of bitching.
Yeah, listen, no, but you're a true radio professional.
Yes.
And I knew where I was going with this. I wasn't going to say that.
Okay.
Because that gives me 60 days to not have to deal with people. I'm going to get killed on it.
I do, but you know what I was trying to be, Bubba? I was trying to be intellectually honest with the audience, and that's my fault.
I'm not. Hold on. I was not being intellectually honest. When the app was ready and I could tell people they could go and download it, I was going to at that point say there's going to be a small charge to download it. That's not being honest now. That's just not giving all the details until I have it built and it's ready to go.
I understand. I just know that in Joe Biden's,
you just don't know radio. You just don't know. You just don't know how to. You just weren't dancing with me.
I don't.
You just want to bust balls and be a dick. I need somebody to be nice to me every once in a while as my co-host.
Okay, well,
now you just gave me 60. Lummy, you can just see the trolls.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, really? Okay, yeah, that's great. You can go anywhere you want. You can navigate through it all. $10 a year, $9.99 for just the ability to be able to listen to a show. I have to pay that a year.
Probably going to buy another podcast table he's not going to use.
Well, I'm done with him, man.
And yes, Daniel Hamilton, it does give you full access to everything, so you can download old shows on the app.
Listen, the app is basically going to absolutely mirror Bubba Army HQ desktop. And, for the hardcore fans, I think the hardcore fans will pay $10 for that luxury.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus. He's the first to ask for more, but he's also the first to sometimes hurt the more category. You know what I'm saying?
Is that me? You guys talking about me?
Yeah, you.
So, yeah.
I think I'm helping the more category because I'm letting people know that they might have to get a second job in order to pay for this. I'm giving them time, but I'm getting the pre-orders ready.
Dan, can you help me out here?
I understand, Bubba, not wanting to hear about it for the next 2 months.
Right.
I mean,
that's all we're going to hear about for the next 2 months. Oh, you got a new app? Yeah, but I heard it costs $10. Jesus, when does it stop, Bubba? When does it stop?
Do we all have to pay even if we work here?
Yeah. You just right now, if I was you, I would just more is less for you right now.
You mean less is more?
Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
You got me so pissed off. You don't see because you really don't realize I'm just going to catch all kinds of crap.
I didn't know.
Absolutely, you're going to hear about it nonstop for the next 60 days.
Yep.
And it's really not that big of a deal because if you want to watch YouTube in the background, you got to pay YouTube Premium, which is like $18 a month. So, I mean, this is a way better deal.
Oh, I'm not calling it out because I think it's excessive or anything. I just wanted to let everybody know about I'm trying to be intellectually honest. I hear it a lot on the show. I don't necessarily know what it means, but I'm trying to be it.
Beach Metal Detectives, $10 super chat.
They're in.
That's right.
I'm just saying, Seth. Jesus, you know better than that. I mean, you don't, Now I got to worry.
Should we not talk about money and prices?
Oh, you, of all people, not talk about money?
Well, I'm not.
All right, once you listen to what you just said, can we not talk about money and price? That's what your whole world is about, shaking me down for more money. But I can't give you more money if I already got a revolt on people wanting to download download the app because you gave them the Iggy.
Is there a revolt going on?
No, there will be though. There's we're going to get absolutely killed for it.
Yes.
All right, I tell you what, I'm going to buy 5 apps for people when these come out.
Shut up, idiot. So not only was Dan having an unbelievable Dan, so the logistics of you to get to the Miami Grand Prix. Now, were you and Jay on different flights?
We flew down on the same flight, but we came back on different flights.
Oh, because what I'm saying is he stayed and did the Friday portion of the show. Now, did you go right to the airport?
No, I went to my office and then I met him at the airport.
Okay, because I was gonna say you'd be there. He just probably barely made it, and you were there in plenty of time. But you actually went and did a little bit of office work.
Right, and so we got there fine. We got there like around 1 in the afternoon. It was like an 11:45 flight, and we went straight to the race. And
Uber?
No, it was a regular cab.
What was the flight?
I don't understand the question.
What airline and how much?
Oh, it was American. I think I paid about $450 because I got it kind of late, and Jay got even later, which is why he couldn't get on the same return flight. He didn't get in until midnight last night.
$450 to fly to Miami. Is it round trip?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Jay did first class.
He did?
Yeah, but I'm not. You're in the plane for 35 minutes. I mean, like I care.
That's so cool.
That's so Jay. We're to ask about that. So logistically, I'm watching the F1 race yesterday, and I turned to the merch break. I go, "How does he do it? He's there. I know he's gonna be there to the last. You're not leaving with 10 laps left.
We left. We were walking out with like 3 or 4 laps to go, but when we were walking, there was this giant TV, so we could see the entire race right up until the last moment of the race.
Right.
And then we got to the car, and we beat so much traffic. I mean, I was at the airport at like 6:30.
What time was your flight?
At 9. Dude, but something sketchy happened. I got to the gate early because I was a little early. And there's a Colorado flight, and the flight clears out, and then all of a sudden, I'm the only one at the gate, except for the 2 guys at the counter, and this giant bag that was abandoned. And that bag turned into such a big deal, they evacuated the gate and moved gates and everything. The cops came, they had dogs sniffing it. I mean, it
was like this is a regular travel bag, like
no,
a roll-on?
It was like a duffel bag.
All right.
It was a duffel bag, and it was big, and it was like, it sketched everybody out.
And it was like
weird.
where, like on a seat all by itself?
Nope, it was by one of the posts, like off between. Okay, so there's like support beams between the main walking area and the gates.
Yeah,
it was right next to one of those.
Just sitting there.
So
what was the protocol on how that went down?
Well, the gate cleared, and the guys, I'm the only guy there, and the guy's like, "Is that your bag?" I'm like, "No, it's not my bag." And I said, "I think it's just abandoned." And more people came back, and he kept saying, "Is that your bag? Is that your bag? Is that your bag?" I said, "No, dude, that bag's abandoned. Ain't nobody's bag. Call security." Because it was sketching me out. I'm thinking like the bag's going to blow up or something, Dan, I don't know what's going to happen.
Dan took his shirt. You should have taken your shirt off.
That would have saved the day.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Weird Italian gets arrested for exposing himself at Miami airport. So nothing about the bag.
So you, at this point, there's this abandoned bag. It ends up being a big whodunit. Do they actually clear the what happens?
Two security guys come up with the dog. The dog sniffs it, and then he at first doesn't react to it, and then he comes back to it again. And so the police are confused. And so all of a sudden, like,
probably a bomb-sniffing dog?
Probably, unless it's a fruit-sniffing dog, and they're worried about smuggling bananas. But the gate was cleared. They cleared 2 or 3 different gates. They cleared the gate above and beyond it.
I mean, you think I could think I let that one?
No. There's a dog at Miami Airport that does nothing.
You said fruit sniffing dog.
They have that. Most people get busted at Miami Airport coming through customs because they have this damn fruit sniffing dog.
Okay.
And you can tell if you're smuggling like bananas or mangoes from Costa Rica.
All right.
There's a real
that
dog.
was a great turnaround,
Busts
Dan.
everybody.
You went from this to I mean, you're on fire, buddy.
Why do they always freak out when there's a bag, especially when it probably had to clear security, right? If it was already there at the gate.
I don't know, man.
They don't like when things are abandoned. But this bag had a luggage tag. So why would a luggage tag, like a checked bag, be in the part where there's no checked bags.
Because some kid or something traveling with his mom and dad forgot it when they were eating it. They were just whatever, and he probably just forgot it.
No, Bubba. You don't understand. When you check a bag, there's a specific long white tag with the stripes and stuff on it. That once you check your bag, it goes bye-bye. It shouldn't be at the gate. A checked bag shouldn't be at the gate.
All right, so it should be in the belly of the plane.
That's what was so suspicious about it, because it was a checked bag at the gate.
Right. So it should be in the belly of the plane. So they're wondering, okay,
how did it get there?
How did it get from the belly of the plane to here? Well,
because the security for a checked bag is not the same. It doesn't go through a metal detector always. It doesn't have all that same kind of scrutiny. People can put all kinds of stuff in their bags that you can't carry onto a plane.
Hey, you know what?
Including guns.
Whitey Pippin one time almost went to prison because I'll have to tell. You know what? Let me have to tell the story. You know what? I'll tell the story on today's after show.
Oh, perfect.
About how. Listen, Seth. Wait till you hear this story.
Whitey Pip.
Yeah. Just make sure I bring up the Whitey Pip. He tried to smuggle a grenade on a plane. And and they found it, thank God, because the grenade, because the belly of the plane's not pressurized.
Right.
And so it would have gone off and killed all these people.
Oh.
And he should have been in prison for like 15 years, but his dad was real rich and ordered and hired, before he was a congressman, you know, the Fitzsimmons guy. Fitzgibbons. Whoever the Fitzgibbons guy was,
right?
He was a big-time lawyer in town, like the biggest swinging D in town. And Whitey Pippin's dad hired, was it John Fitzgibbons or what the hell his name was?
Yeah, I think that's his name.
Yeah, John M. Fitzgibbons.
He was the slingingest of slinging Ds. I think he might have been the one that got Deborah LaFave off.
I think he had something to do with it.
Yeah. So anyway, hired him, and it went bye-bye. I'll tell the story on the after show.
Perfect.
But he was in the U.S. Army, and he smuggled first of all, Dan, you have to, the grenades, they just don't have in a box and say, help yourself, take two. They issue you a grenade, and then all other grenades are in, storage and accounted for. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because you just can't have guys having an extra grenade, right?
It seems dangerous.
Other than training exercises, you have your one grenade. That's, I guess, I don't even know that if you're walking around the base, they let you even have a grenade. I think they keep grenades highly regulated just on the base, and the only time they may give you a grenade is if when you're going into battle. I'm thinking. Right? I'm thinking that you're not allowed to have one in your locker.
You would think not. I mean, if you're on the battlefield or in a encampment, right, like in Afghanistan at a base where there's people like all around you, there could be something happening at any moment. Yeah, those guys probably have a couple grenades on them.
I'm sure that when they land and they get to the site of where they're stationed at, and they're getting ready to be ready for war,
the theater.
Then they go to this certain area and they issue you your stuff. Your grenades, and I'm sure you always have your gun with you, but whatever.
So how many grenades does a guy get?
I don't know. I think just one.
Really?
Whitey Pippin stole some. Had made this deal with his buddy because he was coming to kill. I can't even tell you the story, but he was going to bring it back to Tampa and kill his girlfriend with it.
Oh, God.
Yeah, he'd find out that his girlfriend was cheating on him with his best friend. And so that's what he was using the grenade for. But what he didn't realize that if they hadn't caught it in security and it would have gone on the belly of the plane, it would have blown the entire plane up, and he would have been charged with he would have been dead. But all those murders would have been on him.
Oof. And the guy that helped him steal the grenade.
And did like a day in prison, just enough for John Fitzgibbons to bail him out. Did 1 day. Was facing like 15 years, and he did like 1 day. This town's so corrupt, is it not? It really is. It's all about who you know, especially in this town, please.
I can't believe that happened. That's such an incredible story.
I'll tell Seth, I'm going to tell that story today on the after show.
I've got it jotted down.
Perfect.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Standard most of the time, I walk around with a couple.
It says that too, and then grenadiers usually carry 20.
was a grenader,
Yeah.
I'd be scared to be that guy. I have 20 bombs strapped to my chest. Because, something happens and you blow up double. Like you step on a landmine, it's like, okay, landmine goes, then all these 20 grenades go at the same time. And are grenades that sensitive to pressure?
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. Apparently during World War II, the German grenades were the best.
They were.
You could sling them further, and
They had the handle, right?
yeah, they're like a baton. Yeah, that doesn't make sense, TJ Way.
So pleasure, Bob. On the chip. Good morning.
So quick, ticker. 11 close. Good morning.
Morning, Sister Girl Tees.
What up, Spencer Squared?
Mr. Girl Tees, good morning. Somebody hug Seth. Chat says you need a hug, Seth. How you feeling?
Chat's fucking ridiculous.
It seems like it kind. So it's coming from a kind, not a evil.
No, it's just people being dicks.
Permagrom.
What's up, Permagrom?
Dark badge.
Wait, Dark Bear Steve.
What up, DMS?
Long hangs up on you.
Grouper Lips.
That's tough, Eric. Usually it's just more
Quicker
sharp.
Ticker.
Sometimes you can do lasers on them. It's a tough road, man. Sorry to hear about that. 58% is almost lethal. I'd love to have a grenade and just not to hurt anybody with it, but just throw it and watch it blow up. I think that'd be fun.
Are you gonna buy one?
No.
Is it almost with the waiting at the airport and the checking bag and is it almost worth just driving to Miami?
Except there's 100,000 people leaving that stadium at the same time, and I didn't want to get stuck in 400 traffic jams and not make it home in time.
Let me. Did you find me the Aaron Judge throwout?
Well, the Cardinals didn't play the Yankees over the weekend, and I've been looking for this Aaron Judge one. And
No, just look for some dude got thrown out at Bush. Some dude playing the Cardinals.
Maybe was it the White Sox, Lummy?
I just want to show how empty fucking Busch Stadium is. Is what I want to show.
Where's
because
Busch
they have
Stadium?
arguably one of the most rabid. I've been to a day game there. So and this was a Saturday or a Sunday. So I just want and then some guy got thrown out of the ball game on a called strike. No, it was an you know what it was? It was an umpire. It was a 10th inning, extra innings, and it was a questionable strike call that ended.
After the 3-hour rain delay?
Yeah, yes.
That's why it was empty.
Well, send it to me.
I'm trying to find it.
Thank
I
you,
was
Dre
looking for
Days.
a guy thrown out of home plate.
Send a
Aaron
picture.
Judge.
Hey, 1973, that's a good pull, man. Ellie's the man. Send me pictures in the operation shirts, guys.
So what if Hulk Hogan banged his wife?
And that's bad?
You would have too if your best friend was the greatest wrestler of all time. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Fish on the J, 25. And Daniel Werfel. That's what we call him. Said, here you go, Seth boy. Here's $10. Fish on the J. Said, best $10 I'll ever spend. Same with Gooch.
Melissa Carpenter, $100 on the Venmo.
Of course, she throws Huns. Love her. I'm excited about our new app. Yes, it costs $10 to download, one-time fee per year. But I think it's going to make things so easy and so enjoyable. I don't have heat with Seth.
Thank you.
I mean, I do, but it's not heat that I can't get over. It's just him blabbing.
Robert Jeffrey, 50 on the Venmo for Seth's honesty.
See, just when he starts feeling bad with himself, then he gets fueled with reassurance that being a dick's okay.
I never felt bad about myself, Bubba, but I love bringing in money for the show.
So let me.
Yes.
I knew that I'd seen. Also, send me the Aaron Judge throw out if you can as well. I know that is easy. I know that you'll be able to find that.
Okay.
So now, a couple things in this picture. This is the White Sox at the St. Louis Cardinals. It's a day game, and it is extra innings, 10 innings, and I think the Cardinals have it's the bottom of the 10th. There's 2 outs, and I think the Cardinals got a guy on second. So at this point,
bases loaded.
oh, bases
Yeah,
are.
it looks like it's loaded in that
I'm
graphic.
sorry. Yeah, base hit wins the game.
Yep.
Base hit wins the game. That way, that guy and what's the count, Lummy? 1-2.
Yes.
Okay.
And how many outs?
Looks like 2 outs.
Two
Two outs. Those are 2 red dots at the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay.
First of all, this happens to be just as much as every pitch from this point forward means. This looks like the guy. This looks like the umpire whose flight was leaving in about 90 minutes, and he wanted to make his flight. Because a lot of times they really have these umpires and things like that on tight flights, or broadcasters and things like that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
So, they don't really take in consideration of sometimes I've seen games go, 14, 15, 16. We always have. There's always during the standard Major League Baseball career, there's always at least one time a year that a game goes 17 plus innings.
Oh, yeah, easy. Neil Malpazier, $9.99. Super chat.
So
Card suck.
when the umpire misses it this bad. Now, if he missed it this bad in the third inning, whatever. But everything is riding on him calling this game and calling balls and strikes correctly. There's so much. Every pitch is so instrumental in deciding the outcome of this game, right?
Yeah.
Now, the other thing is, I watched the highlights of this. The other thing is, I didn't know there was a 3-hour rain delay because I've been to Busch Stadium in St. Louis, Missouri is one of the, if you had a bucket list of ballparks that you'd want to hit, this would be one. Obviously, down south, there's nothing up. Even Fulton County Stadium isn't the original one.
No, it's not. They're under third now.
So, but if you you're a baseball fan, Seth, probably L.A. Dodgers, Wrigley Field, Camden Yards, Fenway.
For me, I would just want to see Boston and San Francisco. I think those are the only things that only stadiums I'd want to go to.
San Fran's good.
Cardinals have this thing in town because the Cardinals have been the only consistent thing in town that have won. The Rams have dabbled in and out of the city. The Blues have only won one Stanley Cup. They're like one of the most losingest organizations in all of NHL. The Blues always suck. They only won it one year when Pat Maroon came and helped them.
That's right.
So, the Blues are, although the team supports the Blues, St. Louis Cardinal baseball
is, it's almost a religion. And I've been there during a day game, and you can't find, it's sold out. So, Lummy, I'm like looking, what in the hell could have happened in St. Louis that caused it to be this vacant? Like, I've never seen, even during 3-hour delays, these hardcore St. Louis fans will go sit in their cars and then come back, like, for real. But that just goes to show you the mentality of the average fan. They haven't, they have.
It was 3-hour rain delay, Bubba. What are you going to hang around for?
I don't know.
You go home, watch the game, put it on TV. There's a million things you could do in 3 hours of just waiting for a guy to come up and hit a ball.
So, Seth, do you think this? Okay, let's say that obviously it's a 3-hour rain delay.
Yeah.
Obviously, hardly anybody. I don't see right now, Seth.
I'm questioning people that did stay.
Yeah. So. But if you wanted to impress little Sethy because you're not, you don't have the money, you're not sitting behind home plate guy usually. The 3, 4, 6, 800. Like, let me. When I went,
yeah,
I sat right. This is the seat that I sat on.
Oh wow!
I was on camera the entire time. Remember when we were heard in St. Louis?
Oh yeah.
That guy had these tickets, and then if you just go down here, there's one of those big, like Seth, that club they had underneath the Tarpons deal. They have a big sit-down restaurant all the way under. I mean, I'm talking like sit-down, like fancy, anything you want right down here. So if everybody left, and you'd be a 300 club level person maybe, you could take. Don't you think they probably let you and little Sethy just sit right there like you're big timers?
It looks like they probably. See all those people there that are in the cheaper seats and not the cushy green ones? Yeah, it seems like they wouldn't let them down at all.
Yeah, I think they closed it. Well, so before the rain delay, so this was the only batter that was left. So it was bases loaded, 2 outs, and pretty much this was the last guy. So I think that's why everyone left.
Oh, so not only is the game over, regardless of what the outcome is, but it's a 3-hour rain delay, and this is literally the last play of the game.
Yep.
Well,
it's the White Sox who are 6-26, I think.
With the Rays ass.
Yeah, I know. Shut up.
Now they call.
Struck him out, and the White Sox win the game.
Watch his pitch. Seth. I mean, I know you got to give the referees the umpires a little bit of, but that is horrible.
I mean, that's like 8 inches outside the box.
That is horrible, and especially if Lummy, if that's a ball, we're still playing ball.
Yeah, 2-2. Yeah.
He struck him out, and the White Sox win the game.
The rule in baseball has always been when there's 2 strikes, you got to protect the plate.
After all of
the strike zone expands a little bit.
Plate. What a crazy, crazy game.
Listen to those 250 people.
And a crazy way to end.
Is this guy got any teeth?
CB Buckner, he's been around.
Buckner, the home plate umpire. Let's see.
Yep. Not even close.
I think that pitch is so deceivable that it fooled the umpire.
They're pretty close to getting rid of umpires, I think.
You think so?
I think at least calling balls and strikes.
So like a machine will call them?
I don't know, but they miss a lot. Like missing calls this year. And look, if a few inches outside, you could go either way. I mean, I know people are freaking out because it looks a lot worse when they replay it. But I just think that it's getting too scientific and too close.
It's almost what they did for tennis. Remember, it'd be a judge or a ball boy that would call out. Well, now they still do that. But if there's a question or something, they rewind the tape.
They can challenge it.
And they can challenge it.
They're trying it in the minors now, Bubba. So if you see, like when we go to the Tarpons game, and if the player thinks, especially on a called third strike or even close to like being walked, he taps his helmet and then they go to review.
So there's no umpire there?
No, there's an umpire, but they can review the umpire. They can challenge the umpire, and then they have flashing lights. So if it was not a strike or it was a ball, it overturns.
Yeah, but I mean, Seth is saying like the way he's framing it, like umpire-less.
That's just what I think balls and strikes will be figured out on a computer down the road.
And the umpire's just there to kind of run the game.
I think they'll have umpires that run the game that, call guys safe and out and all that stuff and, make sure they keep the game going. But I don't know if there's going to be a human calling balls and strikes 10 years from now.
So it might be like in the ear, like the umpire's got an earpiece and then it obviously on the digital scoreboard will come up, right? What it is.
I think so.
A guy throws a pitch. It's a strike. In the earpiece of the umpire goes strike, and so he goes strike, and then boom, it tallies up on the scoreboard, right?
Yeah, because I don't understand the point of showing us on TV exactly where a ball and strike is. So us being able to see that it's clearly the wrong call, and baseball continuing to go about business like it's not a huge deal.
I think you're right. I think you're exactly right.
Well, the problem is that all the old school baseball wanted to keep it sacred, like the old school mentality. But I think that's why, because for the longest time they didn't want to bring instant replay into baseball, and I think that's why they're trying it out in the minors with that review of strikes.
Well, listen, I will tell you this. The two things they tried out in the minors worked. I mean, they did it for a couple of years, but the pitch clock.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, man, the pitch clock really, I wouldn't say saved baseball, but the pitch clock really helped baseball.
It probably did, and it made games go a lot faster, and I think that was the incentive. But, adding more instant replay is going to slow down the game, which is the opposite of the trend that they're trying to go.
No, it's pretty quick when they do the replay on the strikes. It takes like maybe 15 seconds.
So Dan's weekend was chock full of F1 festivities in Miami. He left Friday He left Friday after the show, went and did a little office, then met his brother on an American flight. Did he sit first class and you sat behind him?
Yeah, he got his ticket after me, and so I wasn't even looking for first class because, again, to Miami, it seems like a complete waste of money.
What do you think his ticket was compared to yours?
A couple $100 more.
So you were $450. He might have been $650?
Yeah, maybe $7.
Yeah.
But he bought his ticket like 2 days before the flight.
Did it look like he was having a good time up there?
Oh, we had a great time. Oh, I mean, up in first class by himself?
How far away from you? Were you like row 14?
No, I was like row 9. I mean, I literally could have thrown stuff at him.
Right.
But I just slept. But it was a good weekend in sports to be named to Dan.
What do you mean?
Mystic Dan. Danny had a great. They beat Foot's team. Larry Foot.
Hold on, you didn't coach?
No, I had to coach remotely. And so
wait, Larry Foot, the football player?
The football player and Buccaneer defensive coach.
Oh, wow, the coach, yeah.
Yes, last time we played their team, they killed us, and we beat their asses by a point. And he bitched the entire game, apparently. He was calling the commissioner over like a little crybaby about losing to us.
Larry Foot was?
Yeah, lost he had, we talk about winning and losing with some grace. He pouted worse than anyone, more than Judge, more than anyone else pouted this weekend was Larry Foot, the Buccaneer coach.
I think he might be able to kick your ass, though.
Oh, he can. Bring it on, dude. I got lawyers.
Hold on. I am a lawyer. You're like, hey, man, you just hit me, and I'm a lawyer. And guess what? My brother's a lawyer, so we're lawyered up, buddy.
Yeah.
And guess what?
I get a fight with that coach.
And guess what, Foot? I'm a doctor, so I can actually diagnose what you did to me, bitch. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, you got him. I can be my own expert, a witness. You broke my orbital, and it's called, and I can. Yes, man. I mean, Dan, you'd be the worst person to get in a fight with. If you got your ass kicked, because I mean, you'll lawyer yourself up right there, won't you?
Mm-hmm.
So Dan,
oh wow, he's the de facto defensive coordinator.
I know. What's he up there coaching flag football?
I don't know, but his team's amazing, and their quarterback's 6 feet tall. I mean, they're an amazing team, but my guys just played with grit. They were pissed off. They were inspired by the kid that got hurt last week and broke his arm and is out for the season. They were pissed about how that last game getting cut short. And when you get a team that's that angry, that motivated, that intense, they could beat a team that on paper looks like they have no chance against.
I'm watching Rudy right now.
It's what it's about, man. That's what it's about. That's what these kids need to learn. You're never out of the game until the game's over.
Hello.
Fight.
You shake hands with the coach?
I'm sorry to interrupt Pop Warner time. Going back to the Judge thing, I heard an argument this weekend from one of the sports shows that there's been a message maybe passed along to the umpires to push bad calls so that they go to the automated system.
Oh, so they're saying that there's this conspiracy theory where they've asked the umpires to deliberately make some wrong calls, which will push it to the replay deal. They'll get it right, and it'll just make the replay deal look that much better and make the human person look that much worse.
So that the fans actually revolt against having the umpires and actually want the automated system to call balls and strikes. And
so the umpire, you're saying the umpires are basically doing a job. They're heels. They're doing a job to ensure that they're no longer needed. Yeah. I mean, how do you sell that? Hey, Seth, I want you to piss me off so bad and drop so many F-bombs today that I gotta let you go.
Yeah, who needs a job? I'm down.
Don't godfather them into other positions elsewhere. Guaranteed.
Whatever. Yeah,
but like right now on this Aaron Judge one.
All right, buddy. Good talking to you.
Like all the guys that like lost their jobs in mining, they got them retooled to like do IT now.
Let me watch this. This is.
Yeah, I saw this. Yeah.
And now here's the deal. Okay, now whether it was a ball.
It was a ball.
It was a ball, but it was closer than the other one. And Judge, I mean, talk about freedom of speech. You should be able to. Now, if you get up in the umpire's grill and maybe you bump chests with him, or you just get too close, or you're too
spitting on him.
Yeah,
you're
like you're
like Lou Piniella used to do.
Like like you're taking kick sand on their shoes. I mean, I can understand where some of these umpires who've gone. I mean, you could probably send me a video of the greatest, most crazy, umpire player, umpire manager. Like sometime, man. Remember Don Zimmer? He would he would get so close and move his hand. Like he actually, you knew he was spitting some of his tobacco on the guy's face. And I mean, Billy Martin and his antics, and now those people all deserve to be thrown out. But when a guy just says, I mean, Price said something like, "Man, that was your call sucks. You're gonna F me that bad? Are you kidding? Like, I can't think of anything being worse than this. This is the Aaron Judge gets thrown out against Detroit over this weekend, and I don't think it's that big a deal. I think this referee's a pussy. I think you got to put up with a certain amount of it.
Strike three. Judge not thrilled with that call. And he gets he clearly is distancing himself. Now he might be mother effing him. He might say, good mother effer. Your mom. You're like, I mean, whatever.
He wasn't being intimidating. He didn't approach him. He didn't challenge.
And by the way, Judge is 6'7".
I know, he's massive, man.
Like, he's a massive human being.
He's a stud.
Did not make one step towards the referee, the umpire, was distancing himself the entire time. So whatever Judge did, it was just based strictly on words. I mean, I'm sure he didn't say, I'm going to find out where you live and kill your entire family. I mean, I'm sure he didn't say anything like that.
No.
Probably just called him a moron, idiot, F.
Strike three. Judge not thrilled with that call. And he gets thrown out. I think that's the first time he's ever been thrown out.
Now, Judge, finally does...
Yeah, now he gets kind of close to him.
Now he is close to the umpire.
The same guy? Is that the same guy?
This is the guy that threw him out. But he never, ever, goes gorilla crazy like you think you're like. Remember when George Brett came out of the studio and he was going to kill the guy? Like, he's very calm.
Oh, he said BS call.
Well, Ryan Blakely, you just made a lot of enemies because a lot of people paid to come watch Aaron Judge swing the bat.
Yeah, I mean, not a good call. I think is this at
at New York.
This is at New York.
Yeah.
You got a packed stadium. This guy's a marquee player. Now, had the guy done something that perhaps is way over the top and you threw him out, but the Judge, to me, I mean, I think bullshiz call is what the guy said. You cannot say that was a bullshiz call. Well, why can't I?
Yeah.
Why can't? Have you ever heard of sticks and stones don't break my bones and names will never hurt me, Baldy? Jesus.
I sent you a clip. There was like a week ago or 2 weeks ago. The manager for the Yankees got ejected because a fan, and he thought it was the coach, ejected him. So the umpires are just being dicks this year.
Bo Bichette got ejected for throwing his helmet down.
Yeah.
Kind of stunning. You never see him argue. He has a very...
That looks like Alex Stein, younger.
It does.
Bad strike zone against him all the time. And he gets tossed.
There was nothing wrong with that
pitch. He wasn't in the guy's face. I don't know what he said. So
It's not like he showed anybody up. You've got no business. Are you kidding me? Michael, this kind of stuff
like, I don't know, man. I think they got a little bit of a God complex, don't you think?
Oh yeah.
Now let me. Where you show me? This is the guy that got that.
Yeah,
is the first base umpire you saw making that call.
You're not yelling at me. I did what I'm supposed to do and check. I'm looking for him to get hit by the pitch. You got anything else to say? You're gone. Okay?
Oh, okay, Hunter.
Well, hold on. I didn't know who it was, but now I know. So the umpire is yelling at the New York Yankees skipper, right,
Correct.
Lemmy?
Yep.
Because obviously he might have said something, right?
Yeah, he did. He was already
So
there.
now the umpire is going to tell the New York skipper he's going to put him on notice, right?
Yes.
Man, Seth, I didn't know baseball was such a bunch of word pussies.
By the way, I think
what a
there's
bunch
bit
of little
language.
pussies.
I think the guy in the stand says something.
All right, here we go. Hold on.
Umpire you saw making that call.
You're not yelling at me. I did what I'm supposed to do and check. I'm looking for him to get hit by the pitch. You got anything else to say? You're gone. Okay?
Oh, okay, Hunter.
I think these umpires don't get laid enough.
Well, you know what?
Here we go. Here we go.
We're not going to need a John Boy breakdown of that one. We got a very clear.
Aaron,
there you go. And now Aaron's saying I didn't say anything.
Hold on. He goes. He even points. He like does some kung fu stuff and even points to the guy in the stands. Watch.
There you go. And now Aaron's saying I didn't say anything. Aaron's saying, hold on a second, I didn't say a word.
Hands up, don't shoot.
Yeah.
Hands up, don't shoot.
May I approach the base?
Ma'am.
I did not say a word. Bullshit. I didn't say anything. I did not say anything, Hunter. Okay? I did not say a fucking thing.
So the fan in the
So this guy here,
Yeah.
Grandpa here, said it.
blue shirt is the one who says something to Hunter Wendelstedt. That's what he reacts to, and he kicks out Aaron Boone, who says,
And then Boone's like, "What?
I didn't say anything."
Whoa! And then Boone even points to the guy kung fu style.
Yeah.
That's a terrible job by Hunter Wendelstedt, kicking Aaron Boone out when nothing was said after that warning.
That's in the first inning too.
I mean,
Really?
Yeah.
God, what an a-hole.
I would have said, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving until you check the tape. I don't care. I'm not leaving.
That's a refutable call.
I'm just saying though.
Who yelled at us wasn't a fan of the coach. Go to the tape.
But I mean, like, you're taking their manager away for the entire game.
Exactly.
Talk about a really big disadvantage strategically.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, you know what? What's Major League Baseball going to do? If they would go back and review.
Get security and pull them out?
They just you would probably take him off the field, but I mean, afterwards, you just apologize. There's not much you can do.
They say they're going to like talk to the ump. I mean,
Dan had a beautiful weekend.
He did.
Until he thought he had a friend go to the Kentucky Derby, and he told his friend he found out there was a horse that was like an 18 or 19 to 1 bet. I mean, odds, like just not, big odds. And his name was Majestic Dan.
Medium odds.
Mystic Dan, yeah.
Mystic Dan. And so Dan, being the narcissistic that he is, told his buddy to put 10, 15, 20, just put a bet on Mystic Dan. And so Dan, is watching the Kentucky Derby and thinks that he might have won like $2,000. Right, Dan? Because I think you put up like $20 on Mystic Dan or something.
$100 on Mystic Dan, win, place, or show.
Yeah. 100. So
win, place, and show.
So Dan puts 100 on Mystic Dan, but his buddy never put the bet in.
Jeez.
His buddy never put the bet in.
Allegedly.
So Dan goes all weekend thinking that he's up 2 G's, and the bet never got put in.
You might want to check his app because maybe he did. And
yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
Dan, maybe he
bet.
Yeah, maybe he did.
I didn't make that bet.
And yeah, for real.
Because he was, I mean, that's 3 wins.
Yeah, how good of a friend was he?
He's a good friend.
Really good friend?
Yeah, I think
like
he
wouldn't
didn't
screw
make it.
your friend?
I hope not.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
That's like Scooper Lips. I couldn't get in. Yeah, TJ Roy. He is. Exactly, Todd Redinger.
Now ball to the second baseman, Wilson. The 10 got Davis, the throw to Vanilla. Out to argue the call with Rucci and Larry Barnett. So it's a 4-3 double play. It looked like Davis was called out for going out of the bench. If you haven't gone on to the grass. And Lewis pointing out, look where he done it. He's not even on the grass. Lewis saying, hey, do you see any marks over here? Come on. He wasn't out of the baseline. Lewis still not too happy with the call. And Kane Monahan trying to keep the Mariners' hopes alive. And here comes Luke Piniella one more time. Trotting out toward Larry Barnett. And I think Lou just found out that he's been ejected for the game. I'll tell you what, I didn't see the call. I didn't see it out of the baseline, and now you call me out for that. Caution, the hand continues with the argument. And now kicks in his hand. Lou Piniella, red hot. He can't believe he's just been ejected from this ball game.
Fiery Cuban.
Gets the hand all the way to the dugout. Maybe not. To pass the strike zone. To come out and I think he wanted to get his piece to pass the strike zone. And of course the unwritten rule, if you will, this year is that the umpires are going to cut very little slack to people this year. Of course, you cannot argue balls.
They just want to be hated.
Yums. Yeah.
So Luke Piniella is tossed for the first time this year. A little dirt on home plate. He's trying to fire his ball club up as well because the Mariners, he never did any of this. Please take a look at the Buffalo line. We've been going to extra innings, but Luke Piniella arguing with C.B. Buckner. A shot off the pitcher, Jay Powell, to the second base field. Race to the ball, fired to first, and according
He's
to
around time now, too. That he's in his mind.
Yeah.
It's a little different. This one's a little more banana-y.
It does look more banana. I think there's a second store, and they're doing it from a different store now. Those are coming faster. It's also a little more frozen.
Yeah.
You know, so it hasn't melted as much.
There's my whole thing all whacked. I was testing out that store. And
There's not a lot of consistency.
People like the Tigs and Bigs.
Hey, Seth, what do you think about the bigger bases?
They're good.
Makes it a little easier to steal. Those extra 2 or 3 inches make a difference.
Yeah. Plus, it less. If you're a defensive guy and got your foot on the base and tagging a guy out, a guy who's running the base has more of a base.
Yeah, they're not gonna hit the foot.
It keeps their ankles. It distances their feet.
Makes sense.
Yeah, an injury thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
the theoretical fewer injuries.
Right. Just because
guys get fucked up on bases, man.
They do.
You blow a fucking ankle out quick.
And I think the way they teach is just to barely nip it, don't they?
Yeah, you're outside the baseline on going to first, and then when you're turning second and third, you go on the inside nip.
Right.
You push off of it.
It matters. It matters what kind of
change direction.
It matters what kind of steam you got.
Yeah.
I think if you're running to first through first, you're supposed to be on the outside of the bag.
Correct, and then it's inside on second and third.
Right, and then the outside of the bag is for defense.
He's the biggest export from Warsaw, Indiana.
Oh, yeah! Bubba the Love Sponge.
Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Jay's not here yet, is he?
No.
Don't let Jay sneak in. Always tell me when he's here.
I will.
Because he just sneaks in on Mike Foley there. I feel as if he's due a Costa Rican trip. I feel as if Jay hasn't been to Costa Rica in about 6 weeks. Usually he likes to make it out there every.
I think
6
he
to
does
8
have one
weeks.
going soon. Yes, I think he's thinking about putting
Now
one together.
you're not a big Costa Rica guy, are you?
They do it last minute, and I can't change my schedule like that. He
Right.
waits for there to be waves, so he
Right.
follows the swells, and he can track them and predict them a week ahead of time. And I just can't dump everybody.
No,
with
you can't
5,
have
6 days notice.
four breast dogs and now some swell goes, and you got to cancel Mrs. Johnson's breast dog and 5 other chicks because you want to get your swell on over at Costa Rica.
Right.
Right.
No, I can't do that.
How far are you usually booked? Booked out 2 months.
Yeah, about that, 6 to 8 weeks.
Right. So if a person went for a consultation, and obviously you ladies out there, that he's Dr. Dan does all types of plastic stuff. I mean, from the Morpheus to lip filler injections to Botox to you just do it all, Dan.
But no BBLs, right?
Yeah, I do 'em.
Lipo.
Oh, do you?
What's a BBL?
Brazilian butt lifts.
Yeah, he does. He does them.
Mm-hmm.
Now he was late into the game because he didn't like the early technology and wouldn't do them for. There were doctors that were doing them 5 years before Dan.
But they were killing people.
But Dan was like, I just don't like the procedure. It's just I don't like it.
It's too dangerous.
They've not perfected it enough for me to jump in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And then once they finally, perfected it. And had the necessary, tools and techniques and what have you. Then Dan, how long have you been in the butt game? Probably 3 years.
Oh no, I've been in about 5 or 6 years, but
It's been going around 15 years.
Right. The thing is that in the beginning they were putting the fat in the muscle of the buttocks, and that turned out to be lethal. So now there's actually a law in Florida making it essentially that you can lose your license and be charged criminally if you put the fat in the muscle. So the way to prevent that on 100% is to do it with ultrasound guidance, which was a technique that was only available over the last 3 to 4 years. So at the beginning, I was super scared. But now I do it, and I have no fear because I watch the fat go between the muscle and the skin.
But, Brazilian butt lifts all day, lips all day, rhinoplasties all day, liposuction all day, all of that and more. But, Dan, you are synonymous with the best, your jam and the vibe and the swagger and your reputation is that you do the best breast augmentations in all of Florida.
Yeah, I do a lot of them. Thank you.
And
thank you for that.
And they have they're affectionately known as Diacos. Like here in Tampa, you could tell another dude, man, look at those Diacos on a chick, and people
They know what you mean.
Yeah, we've been able to brand, even if Dr. Willie did them. And if they're nice, sometimes Dan gets credit for it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be like, man, look at those Diacos. Well, really, Dr. Willie did it. That's how well Dan's been able to brand, his expertise in breast augmentation. Do you have a certain little something that you do that make yours look better? You think?
I think so. I think it's just the way I look at it, the way I approach it, the way my technique, the way I close it. I think it's all a little different. It's very personal.
So Dan had a friend that was supposed to put in a $100 win, place, or show with Mystic Dan. What was he, 18 to 1?
Mm-hmm.
18 to 1 on the Derby. Who was the favorite?
There's 2 guys.
It was like a champion or something. It was something
Really, the only horse that can win the Triple Crown right now is Mystic Dan.
Correct.
He'd have to go on and win the Preakness, and then what's the third?
The Belmont Stakes.
The
problem
Belmont
with there's a problem with this. The setup of the Triple Crown.
Well, there's not too much of a problem because we've had. It's very rare, but you do get one about every decade.
Well, the reason it's going to become even more rare is because the New York horses are bigger steroid horses, and they're rested during the first 2 races. So the Kentucky Derby winner has to run 3 races in a short period of time for a horse. The last race is the longest race when the horse is already kind of, fatigued from the previous racing and training.
Does it really take it out of them?
Apparently it does. And then the New York horses are allowed steroids up to a point. And so they're bigger, stronger horses that are rested.
And they may be just laying back for that one
laying back to be spoilers.
But that's also why you see a lot of injuries now in the horsing up there, because that's what they kill them. I think there was like 2 last year.
So
and
Dan,
3, 4.
Yeah. And so Dan, here's what I don't understand. Why can't a horse rehabilitate a broken leg? Why?
No blood.
There's just no blood.
No blood flow. It becomes like one of those avascular necrosis things, like the hips do. Like, remember when Bo Jackson broke his hip,
right?
And the hip joint died, and he needed to get a hip replacement. Apparently, those they just don't heal. They don't have enough blood flow to heal.
Do they break front legs more than rear?
I believe so.
Because I think rear, they got that big meat, that big ham hock, and it's in. But those front little stubs, that's probably what's most vulnerable at the speeds that these guys are running. Now, how fast, Dan, miles per hour wise, how fast are these guys going? Like 30? Aren't they going like 35?
I think they're going in the low 30s, yes.
Yeah. And these things, because I live in Ocala. I mean, I'm sorry, I got a business in Ocala, and it's they say Ocala actually is the horse capital of the world.
Oh yeah, it is. If it's not, it's one of them, and it's certainly one of the big boys. There's so many horses down there.
Yeah, and
up there,
and they say Ocala actually is more than Kentucky. Kentucky has the most prestigious race, of course, being the Kentucky Derby. And there's all kinds of horse farms, and they supposedly the bluegrass of Kentucky is one of the main reasons why Kentucky became a horse capital, because the grass is so good for them. But on the flip side, what people don't realize, and I've been told this by all kinds of all my neighbors around my racetrack are, there's horse farms all around my racetrack, so I know most of my neighbors. And the one directly behind me told me the reason why Ocala, of all places in the world outside of Kentucky, is considered a horse capital is because that part of Florida has one of the largest lime rock deposits in the world. Like, as far as the underneath the dirt.
The limestone?
That's what I'm saying. Limestone is the base is limestone. There's more limestone up there in Ocala than anywhere, and I think in Florida or maybe even America. And grass that grows in limestone has calcium in it. And horses that eat the grass that grow on limestone naturally are taking in more calcium, and the theory is it makes their bones stronger.
Yeah, it makes sense.
That's
better mineralization of the bones, so the sturdier horses, and they just they get injured less.
Yes,
that's great. I had no idea.
So I actually got you on one.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I think I got you on another one too. There's 2 things I was watching.
And the bluegrass is healthier. Bluegrass is good grass.
So, supposedly,
at the time,
Kentucky bluegrass is another very, very healthy thing for a horse to eat, to be a horse, big time horse racer. Now, I dare you to check my facts, but I was told that.
No, you're right. I was looking it up. Yeah, you're right.
Can you read it?
I'm sorry. Yeah, let me go back to
Anytime you get like something to validate me, Lummy, you should come in with your Lummy Bubba verification.
The reason the Ocala is known as the horse capital of the world is the year-round moderate temperatures and calcium-rich limestone soil that provides the horses with top-notch grass.
Booyah, bitch!
That's awesome.
I got Dan. You didn't know that,
no.
Dan. I think I was watching a little bit of World War II Nazi.
You can't go wrong there.
Stuff, and I think I got you on 2. I think I might get you on 2 things. These are all historical. Dan, you're very, very well read. You're very much smarter than me. Very rarely can I bring up a historical event that I know that you don't.
That was wrong.
I mean, if we're talking about who the starting quarterback for the 73 Packers, I mean, I understand I would, but I'm just talking about like normal world history. You usually, you know way more than me. But so when I can get some useless information and get you, it makes me feel better about myself. Hello.
Bubba the Love Sponge, Joe the Supermarket.
Yes, Joe. Hi.
I just wanted to publicly thank Jason Hepner, fellow Bubba Army. He told me to pick a horse on Saturday, and I looked at all the names. I didn't look at the odds. The only one that jumped out at me was Mystic Dan, and I won. Yes!
Congratulations.
How much did you win?
Well, he put $2 down for me, so after he took the $2 back, it was $37.44.
Nice.
So for that, I got two cases of Monster water. I'll be drinking water for 24 days, baby.
Fantastic. Joe, thanks for the check-in.
Backlash. Don't forget to talk about Backlash. It was Saturday. It was lit.
I'm going to have a return to Seth Kushner for the Backlash replay.
Awesome. God bless.
Seth, give us are you prepared to give us a Backlash replay?
I've watched half of it. It wasn't really anything worth.
It wasn't WrestleMania.
No, I don't think it's anything worth stopping.
Here is Mystical Dan. Was he 18-1 odds?
Yeah, Mystic Dan.
Where's he from? Where's he farmed out of? Who's his trainer?
Kentucky. He's 3. His trainer is Kenneth McPeak. He's 7-3-1-1. He's made $3.7 million.
And they're off. I think there's a number 3 horse.
What
is 3-gate, right?
Is he the 3-gate?
I believe so, yes.
All right, here we go.
In the Kentucky Derby.
Oh man, hold on. Is he 3?
I think so. He's
because
wearing
hold on.
And
because
they're off in the
he really throws the afterburners on right now. Watch the 3-horse.
Kentucky
Look
Derby.
at him. He's already.
Fierceness was off at mid-pack and is trying to recover.
He yipped its neck left and said, "Let's get on the rail, bitch." Right?
Red Phantom showing good speed today and is racing toward the lead.
I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know a lot about horse racing, but I think that if you're a jockey, you're trying to kind of stay out of this whole nonsense here because there's a lot of things that can go wrong. You could get your horse nicked. You could just get whatever. You want to get on that rail because you got insulation. The rail's insulating you. Right?
Yeah.
And all you got to worry about is a guy trying to, go past you.
And this was a big pack the whole race.
Side Epic Ride is racing out there too in this historic run beneath the twin spike.
Now, Danny, this guy just naturally, this horse here, he has to run further to get here.
Yes,
right?
I agree.
Right.
Yes.
In Derby 150, and there's 4 across the track early.
Now, is this Majestic Dan? Matt, is he back here already?
No, I think he's
Track
still ahead
Phantom
right there.
down toward the inside, just still in between. Fierceness is right there. Third on the outside. Epic Ride comes out racing in fourth as they move into the first
No,
turn.
Mystic Dan,
fifth.
Bubba is on the inside, directly behind the guy with the red helmet.
Right here?
Yep, that's the guy. That's the horse.
Okay.
He's drafting. He's being smart.
Yep. And he's hugging the rail.
Shortest line and drafting, saving energy.
Hugging the rail. Anybody going to pass me? They're going to pass me on the outside.
Yep.
6, Mystic Dan in tight toward the rail. 7th, Resilience is racing.
All right, so Mystic Dan now is 7th.
Toward the inside, 9th. Society Man's in 10th. Forever Young in between horses racing at 11th. Domestic Product 3 wide and 12th. Doorknock is off the pace today in 13th. Catching Freedom.
Do you realize how tough it would be to be a jockey? Now, they don't have saddles or nothing.
Nope.
It's like a pad.
And I mean, they got a little pad. But
they're miniature men.
I know they are. They really are.
And a lot of them are wealthy.
It's 14th.
Oh, they make good money.
And then it's Forever Young moving up into 15th. Grandma the First is 16th.
And they literally become part of the horse. Like if you look at their knees and their arms, they're kind of shot
here.
Okay, perfect. Hello, Jay.
Good morning.
If you look, guys, they kind of, Dan, become part of the horse.
Yeah, they try not to fight the horse. They try to work with the horse.
They try to get in rhythm with the horse because if they were out of rhythm, they'd probably throw themselves off, right? If you're out of rhythm, because that's a lot. I mean, those horses are hauling ass. And if you got out of rhythm on them, I think they'd buck you off.
And then it's Forever Young moving up into 15th. Grandma the First is 16th. Sierra Leone is 17th.
See, right here, man, I just think they're riding along. But then they'll start whipping the crap out of them. Does the horse really go faster when he's getting whipped?
It may just be like a cue. You know what I mean? Like, okay, now's the time to go.
And I got to think that little, I mean, listen, this is a... How much do these horses weigh? Like 1,200 pounds or something like that?
I think they're 800 plus.
Hey, Alexa, how much does a Kentucky Derby horse weigh?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, the typical weight of a racehorse is between 900 and 1,300 pounds.
I was right again.
Wow, yeah.
I said 1,200. So these are 1,200-pound animals.
Jesus.
And you're riding them And these aren't just the average 1,200-pound horse that Grandpa has out back. These things are high-strung, highly trained athletes. Like, I mean, these things, they
Wait, are the jockeys athletes?
Yes. Very much so.
Yeah.
Very much so. I mean, their legs and butt, and I mean, not only that, but then just knowing. So I'm thinking, Dan, on a 1,200-pound horse, if you have a leather strap that you hit him with in the ass, I can't think that really does much. I mean, it might
just be his signal to go faster. Okay, I'm going to slap you a few times. Now's the time to hustle.
But it probably feels like a mosquito bite to him or something, right?
Him.
Right?
No, I don't think it hurts him.
It doesn't hurt him, but I think it definitely is a cue for them to haul ass.
I think that they've been trained that when they feel that pressure, that on that particular hindquarter, it means faster.
Yeah.
If I got it.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, like these things, the horse farm behind my racetrack, a lot of times I'll go back and watch them train, and you should watch how they train. But then they take such good care of them. They then take them to these stables, and they got like a mini jacuzzi, and they almost, Dan, dip. I don't think it's as extreme as like the way human beings get in ice, but they'll put them down like in 50 and 60 degree dunk tanks.
To cool them off afterwards.
Well, but it takes a while. You can't cool them too fast because it'll shock their system. So it's a whole big, And they treat these horses like princesses.
Oh yeah, they're valuable.
Well, I mean, yeah, because a guy might have, just to buy a brand new horse, a baby horse from a really, really, really well recognized pedigree. Some at the
could be millions.
Could be $3-4 million.
Yep.
Endlessly.
So you don't got that $3 or $4 million horse just out there eating whatever he wants and running around and bucking up. And,
you don't put crappy gas in an expensive car.
And no training, and he's just around to hang out with other horses. And he doesn't. I mean, these things are like these poor things get trained every day. They got a regiment. They train twice a day. They'll work on sprints. They'll work on, just all kinds of things. And all of these places in Ocala, they have simulated horse tracks. Like they have real horse tracks.
Is 19th, and Anna Marie is 20th and last. A demanding pace in the Derby.
So Dan, look at
Mystic Dan.
Look at Mystic
He's got
Dan.
the green stripes.
To me, it looks like he's just hanging out. Look.
6 3/5 seconds, and it's Track Phantom, Just Steel, and Fierceness. The three of them right across the track with 4 furlongs to go.
And even if you look at the jockey for Mystic Dan, it looks like he's just effing around. It's like, all right, we're just hanging out here. I haven't really started laying the wick to this guy yet.
No urgency.
And Mystic Dan is right there.
And he's probably drafting off that guy in front of him.
Absolutely.
Like you drafted your bike off of me.
Right.
Right?
They're going. You think about it, they're going 35 miles an hour. There's a lot of wind resistance.
Yes.
Ground. Epic Ride starts to move up on the outside. Epic Ride is moving up into 4th. Stronghold is there. Resilience is launching his rally now. Here comes Resilience with a 5-wide sweep. And Forever Young is rallying for Japan. And Sierra Leone.
Look at that. They're 4 deep there.
Sierra Leone? What's happening?
I know. Blood Diamond.
But look,
is this the Olympics?
I mean, but look, they're 4 deep. Getting ready to hit the corner, aren't they?
He's launching his rally too. It is wide open. Catching Freedom's going to come.
I mean, look at this.
Yep.
It's
1, 2, 3, 6.
2, 3, 4, 5. That's that might be the most.
It was the closest photo finish, I think, in like 40 or 50 years.
But I mean, very rarely do you have. Throw these two homies in, and you got eight dudes that are all within 4 horses of each other.
Watch Mystic Dan. He gets whipped 50 times this last
corner and grab the lead right at the top of the stretch. Sierra Leone and Forever Young are shoulder to shoulder with a furlong to go, but they've got 2 lengths to make up on Mystic Dan, who's begging for the wire. Forever Young and Sierra Leone keep on coming. Sierra Leone, Forever Young, and Mystic Dan. A wild finish. Here's the wire.
Now the wire is a white post, right? Hold on.
Oh my God! You couldn't have stopped it better, Bubba. I could freeze frame that thing.
Oh my God!
And in this case, in this case, the wire must be.
No, he got it right there.
Right there.
Yep,
his nose nipped it.
No, but
that's the wire. That's the wire.
I understand, but watch this. Look at this guy's nose.
Yeah, that's it, though. It's behind him. Clearly.
I mean, the wire
That's
had.
a- you know, you look at that- That's on his. That's his leg, Bubba.
No.
Do they kill
Right
a
there,
losing
that's his
horse?
leg.
That's the other guy's leg.
That's not. That's a guy's
Mystic
leg?
Dan's leg.
That's not a horse's
No.
nose? Let me go. No, they don't kill. No, Seth, they don't kill him
I
if they
thought
lose.
because this horse lost, they blow his head off.
That horse made like
Just
a couple
Christy, no.
million.
This
That's a
right here.
head.
That's a head.
That's a head.
I mean,
Pretty close.
let me. Do they have?
They have
Yeah,
the
I'll
freeze.
see
They
if
have
I
the
find it.
freeze frame.
Let me find me the freeze frame if you can.
It's incredible.
Could there ever be a tie?
Yeah, oh yeah, of course. There could be.
Or because just one snout just
Oh,
bigger than the other?
wait. I don't think
so.
I've ever seen or heard of a tie in any horse race.
I think what they would do is they would blow up the photograph as big as they possibly could, and maybe even if they had to use the horse's,
I sent you the photo
you know,
finish.
like hair off of his lips was a hair ahead of the other dude. You know what I'm saying? Like just to the naked eye, they look like a visual tie.
Freeze frame photography has been pretty good for a while, but look at that. That's
clear.
So
That's
let
as
me,
clear as day.
So let me it must be this post.
No, it's the line in the middle of the post, right there, between those two diamonds on the wall. See the one behind it, right there.
Right
that,
here? That
is
line?
it. Yep.
Wow, that line. So almost on that outer portion.
Look at he's right there.
Right.
6 inches.
Could you see all the cameras on the bottom, Bubba?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then they have on the other side too. So they have like.
Oh, so it's out where that
multiple
camera
angles.
is. It's right where that camera is, which is just like an inch in front of that line.
Right here?
That's
Yeah.
it. That's the line.
Wow.
Isn't that incredible? And that guy, like number two, took him over about 2 more whips.
Probably the next stride he took him over.
It was unbelievable finish.
Wow. Not only is this a great, but Dan, I mean, you know, you didn't win nothing.
Nope.
His friend won something, but
When we return, we're going to start breaking down the Tom Brady roast, which was pretty damn good.
It was.
I've only seen excerpts of it, but we'll go just from the excerpts of it. I got Netflix.
Chick killed it.
If you're a subscriber of Netflix, you probably could go back and watch it any time, right?
Ukraine, yep.
Yeah.
What is it? How long is it? 2 hours?
It's almost 3. I started watching it last night when I got home from the airport, and it just was 1:30, and I'm like, I got to go to bed. It's 3 hours.
Man, you and your brother had a rock star weekend, did you not? Man.
I got some of the coolest shots of Trump and everybody on.
But here's the cool thing about what you guys did, but there's also a bad thing to it, too.
What's that?
Well, one, you went. It's a very prestigious, very expensive, just really, really great experience. But with that experience comes a little bit of money. You know, I'm thinking that with hotel, you guys are probably, and again, Jay, I know that talking money makes you, now Dan loves talking money, but you don't. Like
No, it makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, it makes you very uncomfortable. It does. It does. If I asked Dan, hey Dan, how much did you make last year? You know, Dan would blurt me out a pretty impressive number. If I said, hey Jay, how much did you make last year? Jay would go, well, I did okay. Was I able to do okay? And firm did pretty good. Yeah, we had a pretty good couple. We had just one really big case. It was nice and had a nice couple. Yeah, we did okay. We did good. Jay would never give me a number ever. He won't even tell me how much his cars cost. I have to Google it. Danny will tell you, that's right, that's a Pista. It cost me $488,000. I had to roll it into a Yippee-Yo because a McLaren did me. Oh, I hated that McLaren. What a lemon. But I was able to make up the difference when I think you made money on your Pista when you sold it.
Yes, I did.
You're not as good at this as your brother is. Because your brother, man, would you say that the one that Jay got not lucky on, but was really, really was that Porsche GT?
For sure.
The Carrera GT.
Yeah, the Carrera GT.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, that one, you could have had a couple little losses, and that one pulled. I mean, that one
pulled the nose up for every loss.
Nose up for every little $30,000 and $40,000 loss you took. Yeah. That took 10 years of that right away, didn't it?
It did.
God, that thing's still going up.
Yep.
Isn't it?
Yep.
So anyway, the good thing about what you guys did is it's for high rollers only on the level that you did it, and it's super cool. And F1 is so bougie. And I watched the entire race yesterday, and just the infrastructure that they have, and just just the technology they have.
It's amazing.
They're doing their 1.9 second pitch stops and the strategy involved and the technology involved. You know, one of the things I like most about F1, Dan, is that collapsible wing, the drag system.
DRS.
Yes.
Yeah, it's cool. I like it.
Here's the deal, man. If you're the guy out in front and you're hauling ass, if the guy behind you can get within 1 second, then on certain portions of the straightaway, his back spoiler opens wide open, creating about a 10 to 14 mile an hour advantage, so that you can slipstream him. And in a lot of instances, you can overtake him going into the corner. And it's just unbelievable the technology they have, from the virtual safety car to the collapsible spoiler deal.
You saw everything yesterday. It was one of those races where an untrained Formula One viewer would have had a hell of an event to watch, because there was a virtual safety car, a safety car. Everyone got piled up. There was restarts. It was really awesome. There were some wrecks where no one got hurt. It was killer.
Don't forget a shirtless Diaco.
I couldn't believe I got photos of that one.
Yeah, we do too.
Yeah.
It's on our Instagram.
Let me see yours, Jay.
There was none of me.
It's on our Instagram.
Yeah.
But here's the difference, Jay. You spent $20,000 for that experience. I just watched it on TV, and I learned. I was everything I needed to know for free.
It wasn't that. It wasn't near that.
But
no way.
Oh, bull crap!
I swear to God.
No, Dan said 8 to 10 per person, right?
No,
just for the ticket.
Just for the ticket.
Yeah.
I mean, what's hotel?
There was
What's
nothing else
airfare?
besides that. It's just the airfare.
In the hotel?
In the hotel.
Well, the thing is, everything there is covered that day. So if you're a glutton, you're eating so much and drinking so much, it's ridiculous. I mean, there's a carving station at every corner that's the filet mignon.
Here's the downside to it, Jay. As cool as it is, and you guys are big-time rollers, Miami is you roll...
Dude, we're poppers.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. The bad thing about Miami is you can roll hard in Tampa and really be all that in Tampa, and you go to Miami and you look
think
like
there's small fish in Miami.
Oh, listen.
Listen. I'm not being disrespectful to the Diacos.
Oh man,
but they're not small fish in Miami.
They just don't have that cocaine money.
Minnows.
But they're like a grouper.
No, man, we're sucker fish compared to these dudes. It's unbelievable.
These guys,
Seth.
listen. The money in Miami starts with B's.
This is Euro money. This isn't even just. This isn't even just money.
Diacos are still dealing in M's.
They go to Miami to humble themselves.
They do.
Well, I said to Dan, I was talking to him about a conversation I had with my son, because this is one of those weekends that reminds you. I said, son, no matter how fast you are, no matter how rich you are, no matter how good looking you are, there's always someone that's faster, richer, and better looking.
Just go to Miami for the weekend.
You got to be comfortable in your own skin, and that's a key to life.
Why didn't you take your shirt off, Jay?
It wasn't me. It was Dan.
Why didn't you?
Because he holds himself to a higher decorum. That's the answer.
Is that why, Jay?
He's like,
exactly why.
I got a better body. I'm sorry, let me take it back. I got as good of a body. I'm a little bit younger, I could pull off that too. But I'm just not wired in the way that Dan is. He wants to show off his perfect body. I like to keep mine, under my, shirt a little bit.
I adopt that exact phrase.
Oh, almost as good a body.
Did you have the shirt ripped off when Trump was there, or did it come off?
Yes, it was off when he was there.
He was waving it around like a terrible towel.
How funny!
He was doing a terrible
How
towel.
funny would it have been to have a picture of shirtless Dan with Trump? How bad would that be? I mean, how bad would that be, right?
He would love Dan's physique.
Oh,
he would.
The best.
I'm just telling you, man. I'm just telling you.
NDA waiting to happen.
You got a great streak. I just got to tell you, Dan, for 48, I just got to tell you got an unbelievable body.
Yeah, you look like
and
that
I'm going to tell you
still.
something. I hope for 58-year-old Ben, if you're out of shape and you vote for me, I'll be able to get you back in the gym. Be able to save so much money just on gas and fossil fuels that you'll be able to make it to the gym and look like this guy right here.
I'm going to become the national fitness czar.
That's right.
I know you probably talk about it, but when Trump walked in, I mean, he sucked the air out of a Formula One race. I couldn't believe it.
But that's where I was talking to Merch Crick. I'm like, that's where
I got the audio and video on Twitter and Instagram.
The swag he had, Seth. I mean, it was unbelievable.
That's
Swagger,
that also shows you how much better of a marketer that he is. He goes to the UFC fights. He went to the Daytona 500. He went to the F1 Miami, Formula One race.
Last night he was in Wisconsin doing a live event when I was on the plane.
He
can't really campaign
yes,
that
he
much
went to
with the
Wisconsin.
crowd, right?
I know, but listen, he infuses himself to these pop culture men skewing events that
whereas people are.
Where we not only that, but
Florida man.
Biden's not doing any of it.
If Biden had showed up, the crowd would have done a "Let's Go Brandon," but the real expletives. It would have been
the only thing that could have been
terrible
better
for him.
The only thing could have been better is if he would have hit. Did he hit the Kentucky Derby?
No.
Did Trump hit the Derby?
They didn't have a Learjet.
Awesome.
Because I think the Derby was a Derby. The Derby was on Saturday.
Yeah, it was on Saturday.
The Derby was on Saturday.
He could have, you're right.
He could have hit the Derby, then flown down here, hit the F1 deal, and then do a Wisconsin deal. And now, don't think he has to be back in court today, Jay, at 9 o'clock.
He's getting ready right now, so I'm on the way in.
Man, his weekends are just crazy as far as the places that they have to get him to so he can get out there.
But he is absolutely killing it with regards to going in and just being seen and
pizza to the fire, guys, and it's like
him,
he's just
him
man
being
of the people.
able to roll around and look like he's not crippled and look like he actually is present and knows what events he's at. I mean, I don't know that Biden would have. Joe, you're at an F1 event, okay?
Are they afraid to put Joe Biden at a sporting event?
I think so. I think they're afraid of the
I think
booze.
they are,
Really?
actually.
At this point, yes, they're afraid of the booing.
I mean, here's no, not only the booing, just the decrepitness. Just like, Donald can walk on the tarmac.
He walked a long way to get where he was.
Right. I'm just saying they can't do that with the president. They don't have the luxury. These events require some walking, and he can't do it.
They've got a handler now walking him to and from Air Force One and to the plane now, if you watch Biden, so that they can walk like in front of the camera and kind of Bigfoot him so you can't see him really
Meanwhile,
walking.
Trump's at. I guarantee you he'll be at UFC 303 with McGregor. I promise you that.
guarantee you that.
I promise you that. He was with F1 Miami.
I sent you two tweets, one of Biden, because they're kind of comparing them, and then Trump walking along where pretty much shirtless Dr. Dan is.
I'm going to send some to Seth that I don't know that he has.
It looks like he's
Trump
pooping
ones.
right there.
Yeah, that's what a lot
everyone's
of people are saying.
What's that?
Like
he's
doctors. Dan, people are like doctors are going like, I've handled dementia patients for 20 years, and this is the start of them going to the bathroom in their pants.
We watched it. It's sad. You'll see it one day. Look at this.
And this is Trump.
Oh, hold on now.
I just sent you a few photos too, Seth.
All right, thank you.
All right, so here we go. Here is
Joe Biden.
Here, now we're not trying. Hey, listen.
I don't mean to laugh.
We're not
God, it's
trying
terrible.
to. We're not trying to sway you one way or the other. You and I'm not making this a political thing at all. I'm making this a comparative thing.
Observational.
I'm comparing two men that are currently. Well, we think this dude's definitely locked in to run for president again, and the other dude's got 962 charges against him, but he might be able to run for president.
Bubba, I think to be intellectually honest, there's a higher chance of Trump actually being on the ballot in November than Biden. I really think, and there's still a big buzz that he's going to get bumped at the committee.
All right, that's great. That's great, Dan. But as of now,
I mean, that's good info, isn't it?
Yes, it is. But Dan's
Straight
got
from the X-Files.
We know where it's one-sided, but
I get a lot of hate mail on how Dan's just so MAGA. It's like, can you back Dan off on the MAGA just a little bit?
That's not being MAGA. That's just talking about Biden as a candidate. And
Well,
there's a buzz
it.
about it.
Let's play it and you be quiet for a second. Thank you. I mean, it looks like he's just scanning them all and be like,
who's the person I'm supposed to call on?
Well, his wife walks away.
Yeah. So that's our current president. God bless his little soul.
Yes.
Jill seems like a hell of a gal.
She is.
Yeah.
She probably should be running the country.
Doctor
Doctor.
Jill. Dr.
And then
Jill.
here's Donald Trump.
I think I see Dan up there swinging a shirt.
Yeah, he's up there at the top.
Here we go. Hold on.
Yeah, let's see if we can see Dan.
Here we go. Let's listen to the energy and see.
The fist pump. He's always got the fist pump.
I gave you the picture of that.
So I'm just saying, like, he's infusing himself into these, very American, iconic, sporting events and other things. And I think that and the reaction that he gets is good. And I think the White House is afraid to parade, the current president out because he looks like he's lost. And he looks like he's pooping his pants.
Right, where are you going to take him right now? Like a baseball game, a WNBA game?
I don't know. I do not know.
One of these XFL
I'm trying to, if I was to sit here and to be intellectually honest with you, I'm trying to think of where you could take him. I mean, do you take him to...
I could only take him to California, I think, and hope for the best.
Old folks home.
I don't know. I don't know where
he would get a pop.
I want to take Joe somewhere to get a pop. Help me out. I'm a big Joe fan.
Maybe the Belmont.
Where do you
the Belmont Steaks in New York. Maybe he'll get a pop.
I don't know, man. In downtown Manhattan, Trump's getting, as he's leaving court, cheers. And in Scranton, Pennsylvania, Joe Biden's hometown, they're booing him.
You know what the thing?
Flipping him off.
The thing, though, is I don't think Trump's not going to these for like a political play. I think he genuinely enjoys these events and the sports.
Yeah.
So
I do too.
I think that's true.
Yeah.
Hello, who's this?
Mike from Miami. How's it going, Bubba?
Hi, Mike.
Hey, real quick, did Dan and Jay, did you guys go to the menu? Did you guys get any food from the cafeteria or whatever you get the food from?
We already covered that earlier today.
The prices was crazy. Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, man, damn it. I was just so surprised. You're like, who's paying $190 for some warm chicken wings?
Dan's $8,500 suite ticket included all the really, 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 really cool
watermelon sushi,
bougie.
Oh, my God. It was ridiculous.
Lobster.
All right, thank you.
All right, $55 for a Miller Lite. That's what they were asking for.
Was he there? Or did he just see the prices? Because he seemed really...
It's on Twitter.
He seemed affected.
So, one of the things you were just saying about Biden is true, is that he goes to his own hometown and he's getting booed. But here's the real political thing is he's going everywhere and he's getting pro-Hamas objectors. They're saying genocide Joe where he's going. They're calling Bidenomics, oppressive to the people. I mean, he's getting killed by the youth and the anti-Palestinian vote, which is really going to hurt him in a couple of ways. Youth and Michigan Muslims, and Muslims in all the different states that have a real little margin of error for where he won the last time. And so people who are just paying attention to the politics of it, that's the problem. I mean, they had pro-Hamas protests at graduation ceremonies this weekend.
All weekend, man.
It was unbelievable.
Even at USF, someone busted out the flag, and they got to get escorted off stage.
It's
I was
so
there. It didn't happen
upsetting.
like that.
It's
anyway, by the way,
upsetting.
Shannon Burke hosted a Kentucky Derby party. I forget, at a bar or somewhere it was part of a Florida Man Radio promotion. And him and his lovely wife, Kim, did an appearance Saturday for the Kentucky Derby, and Shannon Burke just sent me his ticket. He put $10 on Mystic Dan to win and won $180.
Nice.
And he sent me the ticket. And he sent me the ticket.
Why do we only know about this after the fact? How come no one was whispering Mystic Dan last week when we all could have been?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
We all could have been rich.
exactly.
Thanks a lot, Dr.
You would have
Dan.
loved to put 10 down to win a 180. I mean, you'd be pooping your pants like Joe Biden right now.
Crazy right now. If I won on that one, Mystic Dan is Mystic Dan in the Belmont?
Yes,
Yeah.
he is.
Hell yeah.
Apparently, he runs out of gas in the last 50 yards.
He's a one-hit wonder.
Is the Belmont, five?
Longer.
Is the Belmont, three strands of grass farther?
The Preakness is longer than the Kentucky, and the Belmont is longer than the Preakness. They get longer each time.
Yep.
So the Preakness is next.
Yeah, it's in Maryland.
When we come back, we'll talk about Tom Brady and the roast on Netflix. There's all types of stuff to talk about there.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
You were on my phone. That's why I sent those to you.
Oh, you sent me something?
I just sent you some Trump pictures if you wanted to post them on
Okay.
Twitter.
I think they blocked this video. Netflix is coming down hard on this roast.
Like from getting their clips?
Yeah.
Well, that's not surprising.
Who's coming down hard?
Netflix.
Because I had that Tom Brady with the about Peyton Manning one already timed out, and now it's not available.
They took it down.
Oh, they're
This
trying
one
to
right here?
suppress all the
It's hard
YouTube.
to
No. I'm
Hard
talking
to find
about
the
the
clip.
Peyton Manning one, Bubba.
Oh, it's gone. It's gone.
Yeah.
They keep.
But these ones are okay for right now. But
I think I can go to Netflix.
Netflix.
Bubba, is it all right if I go? Just because by the time you come in, it'll be 9, and Jay saw this thing.
No, get the fuck out of here.
Okay. See you later.
Goodbye, Dr. Dad.
Yeah, I mean, you got shit to do. So, I mean, we're looking at maybe Thursday for that?
Yeah.
Yes, Big Red?
Yep. I'm just waiting for a response.
Okay.
All right, guys, have a wonderful day.
Bye, Danny.
Thank you.
Bye, Dr. Dad.
What's up, everybody? Jay Costica, what's up, my friend? Jay Bowler, Vernon. I got one of those like perfect 3-second pits, Bubba.
Those
Right above us.
That's not a perfect one. They had one. They had one yesterday at 1.9.
I just meant like a cool video of it.
Yeah. Verstappen did one, I think, at 1.9. Or no.
Well, 1.8 for the best of the season, but I didn't see what they did yesterday, but they do low 2s almost every day.
Oh yeah, they have to be in the 2s or they're not.
Are we gonna get to these Hamas sympathizers today or on the after show?
Yeah, we'll do whatever you want to do.
There's so much audio of these idiots, man.
What do I have it?
Yeah, I sent you a bunch of stuff.
I know you don't usually like talking politics, but I'll talk that with you anytime because that shit bugs me.
Oh,
It fucking's repulsive to me.
Dude, well, they took over graduations.
I know.
And I'm also wondering if colleges knew all along that all the students had the power to take over their campus because they're doing it all over.
They are, and they just found out this weekend. I guess Politico or one of those left-leaning media outlets did who's behind it. It's Soros and all the high Democrat donors.
That's what I was seeing.
It's crazy.
Well, I mean, some of the protesters on campus weren't even kids, they were older people.
Almost 40% were 60 wasn't.
Yeah. It's a mess.
I'm a boy, Jay Gator. It's craziness.
But I mean, when they interview these people, they literally have no idea what they're saying when they're talking about why they're supporting this movement.
There's some hilarious clips of people.
They would all be executed by Hamas, Tampa Terry. They were all like, hey, all the interviews out there, hey, it's gay people for Palestine. Do you know that they would kill you over there? Nobody has had a good response to that yet.
Well, they're like the demands are now demanding clean energy stuff. What's that have to do with Israel and Palestine?
What's up, Mr. Costica? I'm
Thank
sorry.
you, Jeff.
I feel like an old man because this shit gets me fired up. I don't want civilian death either, man. I don't want civilian death either. I just, when you read about the leader of Hamas who was underground surrounding himself with hostages, it's a little,
How you doing, Mama?
How you doing, Jay?
I'm awesome. A little tired. Yeah.
What up, Chip? Chip, you're pretty cool. You're the man.
I'm not usually decadent in eating and drinking. I ate so much filet this weekend because it was what I could eat.
It looked like pretty good food there.
It was pretty awesome.
They didn't eat chicken fingers?
16-year-old TikToker the whole time.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
The only man that thinks ketchup is a food group.
It's pretty tasty.
Back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
The coolest thing happened to me this weekend, Lummy. I'm in
skid steer, courtesy of Sunbelt, at the track, and we happen to be a closed cab skid steer, so that you can like have the AC and the radio, and I'm listening to 101.1 in Ocala, which is Florida Man Radio, which is where we are this very second we're heard there. But they were running one of the shows as a replay, like during the midday on Saturday, and I forget what show it was. But I was listening, and I don't ever listen to us very much, but I was listening to our replay at my track in my skid steer. I was like, man, I'm not going to catch a bone on this deal, but this is pretty cool. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it is pretty cool. Because you normally, when you're driving around...
I don't have a radio.
Exactly.
So I just happened to have a skid steer that was equipped with a radio, and you can get 101.1 at my track. So I'm like, this is kind of cool.
That is pretty badass. Thank you to Sunbelt.
Thank you to Sunbelt. Appreciate you.
I'm scrambling finding these Tom Brady, by the way, because they're taking them down, so I'm trying on Twitter.
What do you mean?
I'm looking on Netflix right now.
Netflix is pulling them down off YouTube. So I'm on Twitter trying to pull some stuff.
All right, well, so this is Tom Brady, I think, cutting on tight ends, right?
Correct.
The bar for Patriot tight ends was pretty low back then. Block, catch, don't murder.
Talking
Aaron Hernandez.
There was a lot of Aaron Hernandez jokes, shockingly.
So that's that. And then let me now I don't think all this has been pulled down yet, has it? All the TMZ stuff.
TMZ's fine though. Yeah.
All right. These are various excerpts from the Tom Brady Netflix roast. Was it Saturday or Sunday?
Last night.
Last night. Yeah.
Oh, it was live Sunday?
Yes.
All right.
A man who has so many rings he could melt them down and forge a sword to go on a quest to get Giselle back from that jiu-jitsu teacher.
Dude, there's so many of those.
That was so good.
Unbelievable.
Look at him. Like he's like, I mean,
that's why I wasn't sure why he'd go through with it, because he has to hear this stuff, and I don't think it's, I don't think he's just like laughing it off. I think it just affects him. But
I really do.
Yeah,
I really do. And I mean, this does kind of prove that there wasn't a lot of rules, right? I mean, I don't
think they're ready from what I saw.
Giselle back from that jiu-jitsu teacher.
He made a joke about Bill Belichick, and he actually left his seat and whispered something.
I
in
know.
Kevin Rock's ear.
We have it coming up.
It's crazy.
Giselle gave you an ultimatum. Giselle said,
"Oh, this is funnier than hell."
It is.
Funny.
You retire or we're done. That's what she said to you, Tom. You retire or we're done. And let me tell you something. When you got a chance to go 8 and 9 and all it will cost you is your wife and your kids.
So Seth, you haven't heard this?
No.
Oh yeah. Is this so good? Listen.
When you got a chance to go 8 and 9 and all it will cost you is your wife and your kids. You gotta do what the fuck you gotta do.
The first 10 minutes are like
fit
that.
$25.
You understand me? Yeah.
Kevin Hart lays into him right off the bat, and he just keeps going. Get used to it. It was awesome.
That's funny, man.
Oh yeah, hold on.
Buddy, you have more rings than I do.
Oh, this is by the way, Drew Bledsoe. Drew Bledsoe, who Tom replaced. Drew Bledsoe was at the time that they drafted Tom Brady. I think, what was he, a fifth rounder? Tom Brady, a sixth rounder,
199.
And Drew Bledsoe at this point, I think, had just lost to the Packers in the Super Bowl, right?
But he was a number one pick.
No, it was a little bit later, but Drew Bledsoe was still coming off of a good year.
All right.
Buddy, you have more rings than I do.
Where did they ship Bledsoe to? New Orleans?
He signed with Buffalo Bills.
The Bills.
Yep.
How long did he play?
After that, then he went to the Cowboys. I would say another 5-6 years.
I think he had like a 15-year career.
Yeah, he had a good career.
Yeah.
Well, not as good as Brady.
But I've experienced a couple things that you will never experience. The feeling of being the number one overall draft pick in the NFL.
Yeah. And here's the best.
Oh, yeah.
And a 28th wedding anniversary. It was yesterday.
Man, oh man. Oh, I mean, this is good. I mean, this just proves, though, man, This just proves.
What does it prove?
It just that there wasn't a lot of rules.
It proves Dan's going to have a hard time next year.
Tom didn't come in and say, "Hey, no Giselle, no this, no that." Like Tom just said,
that's the only way you could do it, and that's the lowest hanging fruit right there is to make fun of Giselle.
Training camp. That scrawny rookie famously walked into the owner, Robert Kraft's office and said, "I'm the best decision your organization has ever made."
And this is the only time during the entire roast where Brady told somebody to don't go there.
Oh, him?
Yeah, Tom Brady stood up, you'll see it here, and said, "Don't say that, shiz."
Would you like a massage?
And of course, Robert Kraft most famously, I think that he got a no pros or got a drop, but at the Wild Orchid.
Right before the Super Bowl.
Right before the Super Bowl, he got a massage like in Fort Lauderdale or
Jensen
something.
Beach.
Which
no big deal.
And it was
man.
one of those Oriental. It was one of those Oriental happy ending ones, kind of deal.
Yeah. But they made it into a human trafficking thing, which was never true.
Right.
And it was a misdemeanor, and it was a nothing burger.
So anyway,
did they raid it looking for a bunch of Asian women and they never found anybody?
No, correct.
Now watch, here's Tom. Here's Tom.
I love Robert Kraft. I love
him. So Tom says to him, walks up to him and says, "Don't say that shizhead again."
Okay.
And if you look, Tom
he thought about it.
He has control.
But he's stiff. Like he's
like he let the joke go until he kissed at him.
Okay.
Yeah, like he came in and read
his lips, Bubba.
I can't. I heard it. I heard it.
Yeah.
So Tom's like, stop with the Robert Kraft stuff. You know what I love more than anything? When Bill Belichick actually doesn't act like a mad white man.
He's had ever since he never got a head coaching job this last cycle. His personality started to come out a little bit.
I know.
He looks like a fun guy now.
Yeah, I mean, he might be somebody that you might want to hang out with now. Before he would walk up to the microphone and go, "Any questions?" And be like, "Hey, coach, man, what was it like to, you guys barely came back, you're supposed to win by like 3 touchdowns, but you won on the last second field goal. Got a lot of things we need to clean up. Hey, coach, man, he'd just be he'd be the biggest. You could never get any good sound bite from him. He was just a robot.
Yep.
Got a lot of things to clean up. I'm not necessarily happy with the effort. Got to protect more, pass better.
He's very funny, though.
He is now that he's not a coach.
Yeah.
When he was a coach, he was just a cardboard cutout of madness.
Gronk, I've been watching you on Fox.
Oh, yeah, so listen to this. And I got to tell you, how many times have I said, and I think you guys have all agreed, I am gronked out.
Yeah.
Like, I got to see him on NFL Sunday. I got to see him on the insurance commercial.
Well,
I got to see him on this.
He got roasted as hard or harder than Brady, dude. Everyone went into him.
So, Bill Belichick is really, really screaming the sentiments of most men out there. We're tired. We're gronked out. We're literally gronked out. And here's what Belichick says.
Gronk, I've been watching you on Fox NFL Sunday, and I'm begging you, please, stop doing your job.
No, I love Bill. Look how he's laughing and he's funny and he's got a personality.
Yeah.
Stop doing your job.
Oh, there's Moss and Edelman.
Yes, they're hilarious. You've got to watch it.
Do another job. Do somebody else's job.
Well, he did his little spike, and I guess he injured someone in the front row because he spiked a shot glass.
Okay, that's great.
God.
Well, so here's Dana White.
He roasted Dana.
And so Dana's there, and the mic gets to Dana.
Well, he's not happy.
But Dana's not like a recognized main roaster. They put Dana kind of out in the front, first couple rows, and then it's like pass a mic kind of deal where they have a host and he walks up and gives it to Dana, and I guess there's strict instructions for these people to only go a minute.
Yeah, he was
Like
with Robert Kraft over there in that section.
So, but he wasn't a person on stage that was a
roaster,
advertised roaster.
No.
So they bring the mic to Dana. Now, Dana, let's just be intellectually honest. Dana is as big a star as anybody on that stage.
For
sure. In Dana's little world and what he has gone from, an upstart UFC with the Furtado brothers. Even before that, before the whoever the brothers bought it, the Fertitta brothers bought it. Dana was, I think Dana might have been like one of the very first inventors or very first guys when UFC was at its most primitive. Dana was there, and then when the Furtado brothers sold for a few $1 billion, Dana retained a certain amount of ownership and got like. I don't know. I heard he made like $100 million.
Yeah.
Or something like that. Jeez. And now, since it sold again, was it the Furtado brothers that sold it to the for WWE, or did the Furtado brothers absorb the WWE?
I thought they absorbed
I thought the Furtado brothers sold. That's where Dana got his first payday, and then that new company absorbed WWE.
Yeah, the TKO.
Yeah. So when the Furtado brothers sold it to TKO, Dana retained presidency as part of the gig and made like $250 million or something like that. So Dana White, by all circles, or all, is a huge megastar. He should be up there with Kevin Hart and everybody else.
Yeah, the Furtado brothers bought it for $2 million in 2001 and sold it in 2016 for $4 billion.
Right.
That was a good investment.
Yeah.
Now, what's that, Sal?
I don't think Kim Kardashian went up there and she did jokes and stuff last night, but she was sitting in the audience. So I don't know if they just didn't have enough room for everybody up there, or they were.
So but they didn't even let Dana go to the podium. They made him do his little 60-second roast from literally where he was sitting, sitting. And that pissed him off, and so he has something to say about it.
Not my thing, so I'm going to keep this short like Gronk's bus. Actually, let me get into this real
I'm going to keep it short like Gronk's bus.
Jeez.
quick. It pisses me off. I flew all the way out here, and you guys give me 60 seconds. My name is Dana. Is that not trans enough for you liberal?
and I bleeped out the word F's. My name's Dana.
No? All right.
Okay.
Tom, you played for the Patriots for so long that I was actually starting to feel like you were from Boston. Then I saw you run, and I was like, no, he's definitely from San Francisco.
That kind of fell flat.
Call him a Nancy boy.
Yeah.
You led the league for 20 years in passing as a straight guy. Come on. That was a good one. Hey, I got two of the baddest dudes in the world here right now. Sugar Sean O'Malley and Max Holloway. Tom, you would have been a great fighter. You're already the master of the ground and pound. That's what you call coffee dates with your boyfriend, Alex Guerrero. One more thing. You people probably don't know this, but Jeff Ross was very interested in the UFC. He thought it meant unlimited fried chicken. I love you, Tom.
Dana Whiteley.
All right. Well, I mean,
maybe Dana wrote his own material there.
That sounds like he did.
And then finally, Kim Kardashian. What on earth?
Somebody said she needs to close her legs because she has more beef in between them than Kendrick Lamar and Drake.
Yeah.
Whoa.
No, they were hitting on. They were.
It's not. She's also Reggie Bush's ex.
Yeah.
Were they not married?
Odell Beckham's ex too.
Kanye. She's
Ray
just
J.
She's ran through him, has she not?
Yeah.
She has literally ran through him. Pete Davidson, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the first jokes was about her.
She is just railed through men.
Well, thank you. I know a lot of people make fun of your height.
I mean, they hate her. They hate her.
I've never been a huge fan, but she's pretty.
That's Dr. Dan. He doesn't think so.
Objectively, she's pretty. I don't like her body shape. don't like her.
All right, Kevin. Well,
So did she?
I mean, there's really not a reason to boo her. I mean, I guess she didn't kill anybody.
Is there any really reason to cheer either? I mean, you're at a Tom Brady roast. Everybody they put up there so far has made sense. Like, what does she have to bring to the table? Like, what does she?
Well, I don't think she invited herself.
No, but how did she get that booking? Is
like who thought that she would be what the P1? Your Netflix guy who's watching this event. Me, Dan, Jay, Lummy, Rat, Seth. You know what I'm saying? We're the dudes. We're their audience, right? We're the ones that were going to go back and watch this. If we didn't watch it live, we're going to go back and watch it.
But you don't want to see a hot chick like they had her. They had Nikki Glazer. Like, they have women that are worked into this.
Well, Nikki Glazer is a comedian.
I mean, I mean, Nikki Glazer is a comedian, and she's not only is she's a hell of a roaster. Can you find? Is it too dirty?
It's
it's pretty dirty.
Destroyed it.
The Nikki Glazer.
Yeah.
But Kim Kardashian, the only association she has with NFL football. First of all, she's not a stand-up comedian, so she naturally can't be funny. 2, she her only ties to the NFL football are the men she's slept with. And 3, I think she's a very polarizing person, and that like the Kardashian cum and people that like the Kardashians are not the people that like NFL or Tom Brady. We think those people are stupid. I cannot. Somebody would have to put a gun to my head to watch an episode of the Kardashians.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, nobody's got to put a gun to my head to watch, a football game this weekend.
Nope. I think I sent you the clip that Seth was talking about where they make fun of Kim Kardashian.
So, I mean, whoever, I mean, everybody I've seen so far.
It's really her. Like, the fact that she decided to show up knowing that she would be the butt of so many jokes.
I know, but like, who invited her? That's what I'm saying.
Bert Kreischer. There he is. I mean, I'd rather have Kim Kardashian there.
All right, hold on.
Tony's funny.
Ron Burgundy, huh? A whale's vagina, which reminds me, Kim Kardashian's here. She's had a lot of black men celebrate in her end zone. Kim, word of advice, close your legs. You have more public beef than Kendrick and Drake.
Whoa! No, that's
and
fun.
Look at her. She kind of nods.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Jen. Thank you.
What a great cut.
Good sport.
Have her there so that you can do that, but don't expect her to deliver anything on stage that's going to be funny.
No.
Right?
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We were drunker than Nick Hogan's wife when we put this thing together. BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
You need some chicks there.
Hollywood 69 Tony is good. Kill Tony is the,
No, I didn't see him at all.
His eyes, like he looks like
number
he's
one live podcasters.
I love Will Ferrell.
Pretty freaking funny though.
I know, me too. That's why it looks like he's not aging too well.
I've only made it through about 45 minutes, maybe an hour. Nikki Glazer was so far that belt winner.
I got a call late last night. I'm like,
Sometimes, Jerry, I used to drink that Bai stuff, but I'm kind of back on soda. I need to get off of it. Did she pass the bar, Skippy 77?
What up, Gator?
If she did, I'm sending Pity to take the bar in California. What up, Group of Lips? Super Pun Time, what's up? It's Channel Island CI Surfboards with the Florida logo on it.
Berto, I didn't see the whole
What
thing.
up,
I had it on yesterday. I only
Brian
saw
Gilson?
like half the matches, so I can't really
I
speak
know,
to it.
no, Terry.
But I'll definitely check it out in full force. What up, Chris?
Thank you, Kenny Powers.
What up, Maria? Longwood, does it ever get tiring of being like always so negative? Like I didn't see backlash at all. I didn't love it, but if it was regarded one of the best pay-per-views and I didn't like it, is that okay?
Is that not like? Are you not allowed to not like something?
Man.
He does have a negative opinion on stuff, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's like, Seth's not allowed not to like something.
He's like,
he has to like everything that you like.
It's like nailing Dan on the trip.
You're trying to control him.
What up, Jay Bowler?
She did make it, huh?
I think this is what just jump down for opinions that don't even mean anything. That's what chat's all about.
We're just fucking with you, Longwood.
Who's this girl?
I will, Chip.
Right there on TV on the left.
You're right,
Gretchen
Jay.
Whitmer, the governor of Michigan.
Throwing out a Tampa Bay Rays pitch?
Looks like graduation, at her daughter's graduation ceremony.
Oh, you know what I'm talking about.
How about that, Seth?
What happened?
Gretchen Whitmer, the Democrat governor of Michigan. It looks like they.
I got a story. For it.
Look at that. You can just read it right there.
We'll get into it. That's why I got it queued up. I don't want to get too much fucking crying.
You can just read over his shoulder and see exactly what it is.
Thank you, Matthew. What up, White Iced Tea?
Tell you what, if we live to the standard of the Tom Brady roast, next year's going to be brutal for Danny. Submarine Guatemala. Yeah, I hope you're feeling better, buddy.
He's the biggest Longhorn Steakhouse groupie. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is sponsored by BetterHelp. Again, this show is sponsored by BetterHelp. BETTER, that's BETTERHELP.com, BetterHelp.com. We all carry around different stressors, whether they're big or small. We got to keep them bottled up sometimes, and it can start to affect you negatively. Therapy is a safe space to help you get things off your chest and figure out how to work through whatever is weighing you down. If you're thinking about starting online therapy, you might want to give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited for your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire and get matched with a licensed therapist. You can switch therapists at any time and no additional charge. Get it off your chest with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/BTLS. Get 10% off your first month with a BTLS kicker. That's BETTERHELP, BetterHelp.com/BTLS. Charles Ramsey, Lummy, 25 on the PayPal. I'm not even advertising Cash App right now. Just if you're a Cash App guy, just go be a Venmo guy or a PayPal guy, if you could, please. We would certainly appreciate that because it looks like I don't know what type of relief we're going to get from Cash App. They are literally the Gestapo. Feel like I'm dealing with it's just ridiculous, and they just keep lying until I finally got an honest guy on Saturday. He's like, "Sir, there's a big red X on your account, and anytime that happens, I hope he doesn't get in trouble because I know that all the lines are recorded." He's like, "There's a big red X." Like I've begged the other 6 people that I've spoke with to just tell me what does my account say. He says, "You're verified, but there's a big red X." And that's nuts. Which means from working here for however long, it means you're done. You're done.
Have you thought about getting on Payoneer?
No.
Well, it's a good alternative to Cash App. I just looked it up right now. If you could get on Payoneer and get the Bubba Army, we're back in business, baby.
How about we just go Venmo, PayPal?
That works too.
Yeah, Venmo, PayPal.
I think we leave Cash App behind, man. It's not working. It's stressing you out.
There'd be a bunch of dicks.
Yeah.
Just can't take it much longer.
And Super Chats.
Super Chat's great. And Venmo and PayPal at the Bubba Army. Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
It means you're a bad credit risk, Bubba. But let's go back to the Kentucky Derby.
Now, hold on. Let me ask you. Hold on. How am I a bad credit risk when, PayPal?
I don't know.
You're just trying to be a
dick.
dick.
You said you've had some problems in the past, but who knows the reason? Who cares?
And hold on. Hold on, buddy. You just can't come in there with a little zinger like that and be a real dick and then just say, "Oh, I was just kidding, busting balls." No, that ain't how it works.
All right, I apologize. I don't have great credit. My credit was so bad for the last 15 years. I pay cash. They ran a credit report with Equifax and TransUnion. I don't even come up on the screen.
Yeah, I come up about 480.
He's one of us, Bubba. I get it now.
Yeah, okay. Bubba, the Kentucky Derby. I know a lot of people wouldn't agree with this, but Secretariat broke the Belmont track record. Chick Anderson, who called the race, no one calls the race like him, said that record will never be broken. His Jesus Christ ministry was 3 years. Secretariat's life in the limelight was 72, 3, and 4. I know the veterinarian did the autopsy and said his heart was 2.5 times bigger than a normal horse. But I believe God was showing himself in that horse. Nobody can tell me that winning a race that he was only good for 6 furlongs, 8 furlongs at the most. And he won that race. They're still counting how many lengths.
Ladies and gentlemen, the head of the Secretariat, Rest in Peace fan club. Straight out of New Jersey.
With bad credit.
With bad credit. Bad credit Willie here, home of the Secretariat fan club. Yes, Secretariat was that's why they made a movie about, I don't know of any other Triple Crown horse that had a full-blown movie made about him.
What about Seabiscuit?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, let's not forget the jockey. Jockey was Jimmy Stewart.
Okay.
Dude, this guy. What other one? It's 3. That's pretty good.
Anything else?
Just get down on your hands and knees and pray for.
Now, did Secretariat go on to sire any? Like, did any of his Yes,
he did. Yes, he did. And again, the guy who called the race and knows horses the best, Chick Anderson. And here's another little incidental fact. None of these other Triple Crown winners had a nemesis horse. Secretariat had a nemesis horse, that black horse that they depict in the movie. Okay? That horse would have been the Triple Crown winner all day long if not for God coming down and manifesting inside Secretariat.
All right.
That black horse would have been the Triple Crown winner.
Black horse has a name.
I know some people go to church on Sundays, and I know that you worship Secretariat. He is your God, and I appreciate that, my friend. You Looney Tune, I appreciate it. Take care. I got to go. I got somebody else that wants to talk about something other than the legacy of the great Secretariat.
But God showed himself in Secretariat.
That's right, and his heart was 2.5 times larger than the average horse, and God showed himself through Secretariat.
Yep.
72, 3, and 4. God bless Secretariat. Hello.
Hey, it's Dark Match Steve. What's up, Bubba?
Hey, Dark Match. A new song coming along anytime? Because you seem to be the only one that...
He just gave us 2 bangers.
No, I know that, but we need 2 bangers from him because Carlos and Dark Match
John from Naples.
John from Naples and Carlos are on a work shortage, so Dark Match Steve and his dreaded up hotness has to be the only one that come through for us. So thank you, Dark Match Steve, for coming through for us, because the other two seem like they quit.
Yeah, my pleasure. I also wrote Dana White's roast set too. That didn't go so well. So.
Yeah. Your roast set wasn't that good. You're better at songs than you.
Oh man,
that's what he's saying.
You're better at songs than you are roasting, my friend. And we will not let anybody, just because you're the parody song guy, doesn't get you necessarily a seat at the from this point forward roasting table.
No, but it may get a seat somewhere else.
What about Bubba? You talked about possibly doing a Wednesday show.
I think that's why he's calling
Dark
in.
Match Steve?
Where does that stand?
With who?
Steve. What the
That's why he's calling in, Bubba.
No, I mean Steve and who?
Steve and us doing a Wednesday show.
You said maybe bringing him in.
Oh, no, my Wednesdays are booked until the 29th.
What the hell?
I mean, yeah, I'll get to it, but, right now I got Gene Lasker this Wednesday, and then Tom Bean, and then
Tara?
Tara, then maybe Tuttle again, and then maybe Dark Match Steve the second week of June. I don't know.
Hey, I'll pencil it in. I'm ready.
No. Don't pencil it in. Just know that I got it on my head. I got it. You're on my radar, and you had two great songs. Right. And I wish the other two, sound parody guys would get with it and get me some type of. We have very low volume here.
Yes, we do.
And I usually we used to have two guys vying for the parody funniness, and now they've pretty much all succumbed to Dark Match Steve. I don't know. If that's the hand,
to Dark Match Steve.
If that's the hand I've been dealt, Lummy, then so be it. I just would like to know it. I like to, say, listen, Carlos isn't going to do any more, and John from Naples isn't going to do any more.
Didn't one of them say it was like work responsibilities? They have the band. They didn't have the bandwidth to do the fun stuff and real work.
Yeah, that's both.
So anyway. Dark Match Steve. Well, one, I know that you're trying to get on the Wednesday roster. That's I'm taking that under advisement. Two, your two songs that you put together about Blitz and Otter were just absolutely brilliant. Wish I could play them more, but I get copyright strikes. That's why we're putting them up on. That's why we're putting them up on Bubba Army HQ. I'm very thankful of your talent and your effort and your songs, my friend. And I'll try to work you in one of these Wednesdays. It might be, July, August, but we'll try to get you in.
Thank you so much. I appreciate just the consideration, you guys. I really do. And just as a side note, all that stuff that Blitz took with those two songs, I only repeated like two things. That was so much stuff.
Yeah. I mean,
it's material for years.
You did a great. You did.
Yeah.
Quit overanalyzing it. You did a great job. Thank you, my friend.
All right, I'll see you later.
All right, thanks.
Hey, Bubba, I got somebody sent us a song over the weekend.
Oh no, the Jake one.
Is it not good? Oh,
it's
I usually erase all Jakes.
Oh, we do.
Yeah, it's not him, and it's like a 2-minute instrumental at the end.
Yeah,
Is there okay? I see why we didn't bring it up now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. See, there's some things you don't know.
Well, no, I get the emails now, and if it's a song for Bubba, and then it says, Bubba and Blitz, I'm intrigued, but I understand.
I don't even think he even talked about it, but did you listen to it?
No, I just saw it and got excited that we had another parody.
You might want to listen to things before you get so quickly to be excited that some jobber.
Well, I mean, if something's so bad, that means it's good, but if, that's just me.
It's not even like that bad. It's just horrible.
Yeah, like it's don't even bug me horrible.
All right.
Like
it's not even him singing it.
I'll blame Jake Hudson immediately then.
Yeah, like when I see Jake Hudson, I just hit delete. I don't even I have nothing for that guy.
Oh man, okay.
He sits in his trailer with his long fingernails and his hoardiness. I don't know how you would call a person that's hoarding.
Hoarder?
Well, I mean,
hoarding.
Yeah, he sits in his trailer hoarding. I don't even know, Lumby, that he has a ability. Does he have a studio, or did somebody else do it?
It's like an AI generated song. Jake Hudson, $1.75 on the Venmo.
Thank you. So, Lummy, this is the governor of Michigan, and I'll tell you what. Maybe the governor of Michigan might not be your jam. Maybe she voted on some stuff you don't like. But there just comes a certain amount, and I know that we have the First Amendment, but
what's she doing about Gaza, man?
But with the attitude, with now everybody having a cell phone and a direct tether into the internet to try, it seems like everybody's just rolling around trying to get gotcha moments.
That's it.
on politicians, and like whether it's the Alec Baldwin, remember the bitch that got up in his face and like he was being completely whatever, and this is just the Michigan governor that's out for coffee or wherever and has to get accosted like this.
No, she was at her daughter's graduation.
I'm sorry, what?
Daughter's graduation.
Oh, yeah. I went to Pepe's graduation on Friday, and there was 523 students I had to sit through. and I will tell you this. There was this chick, and she had a Palestinian flag underneath her robe.
Oh.
And now, see, you were allowed to have, like, the things that go over, like the cords or, the things like
tassels.
Yeah. Like, go over your shoulders. Now the students were told, like,
sashes.
If you're, from, Pakistan or you're from, whatever, you can have your flag, wherever. There were some American ones and things like that. Well, some bitch tried, and the format went like this. They called your name, and then you shook the hand of the first person, and then you shook the hand of the second person, and then you got a picture with the president of the University of South Florida, and then you kept on going to the stage, and then they took it at the very end of the stage was this backdrop, University of South Florida, and a professional photographer took your picture, and then you went, that was the format. Well, this one chick tried to whip out her Palestinian flag, and the little president, she's just teeny tiny too. She's just a little old lady. She already knew exactly. She stepped back, and a big security guy came and just really nice light escorted the girl off the stage.
And just so people know, this isn't a new thing. Anybody that's ever graduated knows that you're really not allowed to do anything when you walk across the stage. So
Bay News covered it, Bubba.
They did?
Yeah, they have a picture of it.
Well, I was there.
Oh, are you? Oh.
No, see, the one they covered was far more over the top than the one I was. I went to the 131 on Friday.
Oh.
And this was, she tried to whip the flag out, but like this was very much a non-event because the University of South Florida security and the president handled it so gracefully. Like they just completely, it was a very fluid motion. The woman goes to stand by the president to get her picture taken. She kind of goes underneath her robe to show up, and she gets her Palestinian flag about almost like this. The guy knows not to take a picture. The president takes one step back. The security comes in and just kind of whisks her off stage.
Oh, nice.
Like nothing. Like there was nothing to see here. Wasn't even a moment. If you weren't really paying attention and watching, it wasn't even really a moment. They did such a good job.
Nice.
And so this is the Michigan governor at her daughter's graduation.
Yes.
And this is some catcalling bitch trying to...
It sounds like two kids.
Genocide! How do you justify genocide? How do you justify genocide? How do you sleep at night?
Genocide. How do you justify?
What are you doing about Palestinian children?
I appreciate.
What are you doing about Palestinian students at the U of M?
I appreciate you raising your voice. I'm here to justify a graduation meal with my daughter.
How do you? What about all of the children that are in mass graves? What about them?
Justify genocide.
Yeah, are you doing anything about it? Are you going to do anything about it?
Bubba, the problem with this is
lack of parenting.
Well, yeah, but it's a political comment, but it's not. I'm not for or against this position. This is just a political observation. In a presidential election year, when you have these types of protests coming up against, she's one of the Democrat darlings of the future. And there's not a single Democrat that's immune to this. And this is going to have a pervasive effect on the election next year if they continue with this upheaval. It's like they're comparing it to what happened in 1968 when Nixon just smoked everybody. Law and order.
Bob Cook, 25 on the PayPal.
Oh, thank you,
Bob Cook. PayPal, Venmo at the Bubba Army. Did you see this?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous. This is shot putters. These are middle school girls. The big girls, the shot putters.
Yeah.
And so they were going against this person that was a boy.
And he absolutely they killed the whole field. I mean,
yeah, like this person, this boy who says he's transitioning in the early prelims when they were warming up, Lummy, was throwing 25 feet farther than the girls. Like, the girls are throwing like 20 feet, and he's throwing like 40 feet.
Yeah. Using men technique, too. He didn't throw like the women.
So the 5 or 6 middle school girls get together, and they're like, hey, listen, let him go out and throw. And then when we go in, when it's our turn, we're going to go inside the ring, like we're entering, and then we're going to walk out. We're just going to step out. We're not going to even throw the shot put, protesting this person. So what happens? The school now, rather than to get mad at the dude who would put lipstick on and won and maybe side with or have some type of feel for these poor girls that are not competing against a genetic girl.
Yankee Jib, $10 super chat.
The school blames the girls that protested and kicked them out of any further track meets. The 6 girls that protested, they're the ones that got in trouble. And the guy who put lipstick on, he's allowed to throw as in the rest of the track season as a girl, but the 6 girls that quit, they now are they got kicked off the team.
I hope his parents are happy, proud of him.
I hope I hope one of these parents hires a guy like you and sues the hell out of the school. Middle schoolers banned from protesting a trans athlete's participation. So the girls, they would go and just walk out, quit. Yep. They quit. It in what's become one of the most hot butt issues in female sports, a transgender athlete born a male smokes the competition, seemingly never giving the others a chance. And so each girl just steps inside the ring, then walks out the back of the ring.
Couldn't be more respectful. It's not like,
they're not yelling at him.
Kneeling during the national anthem or anything.
But this time at a middle school shot put competition in West Virginia, 5 girls decided to protest by not participating and have since been banned from all future contests.
That's First Amendment right there. It's a silent protest.
Very peaceful protest.
I think 10 on the super chat.
I want in West Virginia and across the country to know that there are people standing up and they're going to fight for the rights of those young women.
Is that Riley Gaines?
You can see and feel the tension in this building.
This is
That's
Leah
William Thomas. Leah Thomas.
Excuse
me, it's William.
There is
Leo.
no doubt about it.
Thomas wins the NCAA championship.
And at the end of the day, man, Thomas barely won.
Yeah.
Like, Thomas didn't smoke the competition.
Some of them he did, but he won so many different sports.
With some of them, yes. But, like, right there, I think this is Thomas right here. And
it's the NCAA championship.
The number of events that he set records in is what was remarkable, because most females or males have a specific event that they do. They're the 50, they're a sprinter, or they're a long distance person. This guy did everything.
Just like Michael Phelps.
Right.
The issue exploded as it started making
Michelle
headlines across various women's sports, including when biological male cyclists took gold and silver at a major competition. Yeah, this is a female cyclist competition, and these are the 2 winners. This person and that person. That person looks like Brian Matroni.
That is Brian.
Like, now, is this issue gonna go away, is this issue gonna just keep? It's going to keep going.
So far, it's going, because it just happened to Rob Adams. He sponsors a longboard competition, a professional longboard competition. And in California, a dude tried to enter the female competition, and he had to write the rule. If you are born a male, you will compete as a male. If you are born a female, you will compete as a female, period. And Kelly Slater weighed in on it and said something to the effect of, I shouldn't be able to just transition and win forever, because he could. It's not fair. Women need to speak up for it, and that's why what happened to those poor girls. That's the problem. Is for a bunch of white guys like us to bitch about it, just seems like a bunch of white guys bitching about something. But it needed to come from the children and the parents, and now the children are being persecuted for it. That's horrible.
Arizona State senior
she
wow.
decides that she's going to go and protest, pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas, death to Israel, from the river to the sea, yippee-yo, all that nonsense. And, a lot of schools have gathered up these people that are protesting and said, we're kicking you out of school.
Or no graduation.
And so this girl just found out that she's not graduating, and this is her response.
I mean, I'm a little disappointed.
Don't you think that somebody's graduating from college would take a little more pride? Like, college is the next level.
Brushing their teeth, maybe.
Like brushing your teeth, being less unkept. Like,
they think this is like noble, Bubba, and they want to feel like they're standing for something. They want to feel like they're making an impact for the next generation. But it's just not something that I think most of them fully even understand what they're doing, other than trying to get involved in, the group packs that are happening.
I think you're right.
Yep.
I'm being restricted from a lot of things right now that I didn't expect to be for standing up for something that I believe in. I have family coming in who I have to let them know to not come to my graduation ceremonies. I am glad that there is a guarantee that my courses will be taken care of, so I don't have to worry necessarily about my graduation requirements and the fact that I will earn my degree.
So are they not letting her walk because she protested?
Yeah, she can't walk.
Justice.
But I'm just disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, your actions have consequences.
Correct. What about the Jewish kids that couldn't go to the library or couldn't go to school?
Right.
Or any of that? I mean, we feel bad for you for not
Apparently
going.
none of that ever happened.
Oh, well, I saw it.
I know.
I'm a 2020 high school
October
grad.
7th never happened too, they say.
Yes. I mean, you got your 4-year degree from Arizona State. Did you brush your teeth during any of those years?
No. So I wasn't able to walk then. And so, here it is.
Does anyone feel badly for her?
Hold on. More importantly, this is our next generation of leaders.
That's the next president.
These are the people that are supposed to lead, us into the future.
I'm not able to walk now.
I feel good about it.
Knowing, what you know now, like you said, you were standing up for a cause, would you do it again?
I mean, yeah, I would. I was doing what I believed was right, and I still believe it to be right. I would stand up for the cause again, even if it means something negative to me, because the cause is so much harm has been done to all of those people already. I am safe. I am fine. I might not graduate, and that might harm future job prospects and stuff like that. But I'm not.
Again, you don't even really know what you're doing. You don't even really know what you're protesting. You don't.
Maybe your interviewing skills are what limits your future ability to get jobs.
I wouldn't hire this bitch to sleep out back and clean the pond.
Had nothing to do with its protesting.
I'm not.
And missing graduation.
Meanwhile, she has a better degree. All I have is a high school diploma. I flunked out of college. I don't have any other form of documentation to show of higher learning. None. This bitch looks better on paper than I do. I'm just saying. This bitch on paper looks better than me. I got a C+ average from Warsaw High School. That's where that's my gig.
So did she probably.
But she's got an Arizona State 4-year undergraduate degree. I got, middle of the class, C+ Willie, Warsaw High. That's what I got.
Constantly worried about being hurt or being forced from my home or anything like that. I would absolutely.
I mean, they're like they're so manic, and that our world isn't like that. The world you chose to maybe potentially live in or protest for may be like that, but it isn't like that around where you live, off or on campus. It ain't like that.
No.
You got to worry about, people in the middle of the night coming and hijacking you.
Yeah, I know. Let me run late. We'll be back in a minute. Hold on.
Holy shit, a lot of people have worked here. Glad we built BubbaArmyHQ.com for all the PTSD memories.
Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Why wasn't she wearing a mask there? Sure she wasn't. She was protesting.
No.
Maybe he was standing far enough away that he felt safe.
Well, it's funny that when they broke up the one in California, they took all their masks off and shamed them in public.
I saw.
It's hilarious.
I saw they knocked over everything on the USC campus, and then I guess everybody's gone.
Yep. They had to bulldoze it too. I mean, there was so much trash and debris.
They don't clean up after themselves.
No. That's funny. Robert Smarty 28, future MSDNC anchor.
So what do we do about the leader of Hamas that's underground surrounded by hostages?
What hostages?
Exactly.
Did you guys hear about that?
No one cares about
I guess
hostages.
they almost got the leader, but now they said he's deep underground, and he has a bunch of hostages as human shields.
Sick. That's the reason why these protests are so ridiculous.
Mommy, can I text something to you?
Yeah.
And you send and put it to me?
Yes, sir.
How do you defend the actions of that kind of leader, you know?
Hopefully you can get it to me because it shows you this thing I was talking about, this protest.
What does Israel need to do? They've wiped out like 60% of Hamas. And now they're about to hit the fucking ground.
No one said shit to the U.S. when we bombed Iraq for 43 days straight.
And I'm proud to be an American, where I can protest with college freaks.
Bubba, I sent it to you.
Okay.
When people talk about people being vaccinated, do they just mean once, or do they mean like every year?
Oh, they still do it.
Because I got the original vax like 5 years ago, but I mean, I haven't been vaxxed since, so I don't know if I'm like a vaxxer or not. That's right, Jay Gator. It's all good, man. Listen, I don't want any civilians to die at all. It's just a complex issue. Protesting just kind of simplifies something that's very deep and complex. I gotta tell you, man, I had an internship and 3 jobs when I was in college. That's why I had to drop out. So these kids are living it up.
Candidates. Al-Badrasawi.
Oh, you guys have good seats.
Mohammed Habib.
All I can think about is I'm supposed to be at the track grading.
Dude, I mean,
my big boy pants on.
I mean, graduations are. I mean, they're just the worst thing ever. Even if it's your kid, I think parents hate it. And how come they haven't looked to, pep these up a little bit? Have a concert, an opening act, more snacks.
all of that would work.
It's
but
all.
It require you to be there longer.
Well, the valedictorian, they take forever.
They don't even let them talk anymore.
Oh, good. Their speeches sucked.
They don't even let them talk.
They're all like, we're the future, blah, 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 blah. Sorry. I didn't graduate college, guys. I'm sorry. I'm lashing out.
Make sure you subscribe to Bubba Army HQ. Otherwise, Bubba will have to take action. And there's a lot of power behind those short arms. Welcome back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Today's after show will be, I think that's a full open Willie, right?
Yes, sir.
Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Twitter.
Everywhere.
Bubba Army HQ, which we're in the middle of building an app. I think everybody is in agreement, Lummy, that an app's going to be like, I think, triple our traffic.
Yes.
Even if it costs $10 to download for the year. It's only $10 a year,
That's
please.
nothing.
It's like 83 cents a month or something. So please, you'll be able to hit that app and listen to anything you want. From old to new to old.
Oh, can we talk about Lummy's wrestling and his card stuff he has going on Friday and the after show?
Yes.
That's like I've been fascinated by. I want to hear about the wrestling so badly.
Yeah, and we'll also talk a lot about it maybe next, tomorrow's show. So anyway, I'm at Friday. Let me just getting into the Yingling Center is a joke. They got it all blocked off, and I'm like, why can't I turn here? It's like,
well, I guess the traffic pattern had to change because of the protest. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever.
They didn't want people sitting outside.
I took the Crown Vic.
Oh,
yeah. So we get there, and there's 531 kids that crossed the stage. Now USF, they really got it down. The kids, they go in groups. They're here to the side. They walk up this ramp, then they come back here, and then this guy right here, says their name, and then they shake somebody's hand, and then they walk on down and and shake somebody, and then the president of the university. She's a small, little, older blonde woman.
Yep.
She's in this green cap right here. You get your picture taken with her. Then this person shakes your hand. Then you exit down this ramp down here, Seth, and you get your picture taken in front of the USF logo.
Right.
Okay? That's the way it goes.
That's not Judy Genshaft, is it, Lummy?
No.
Okay.
This is a different one.
Yeah.
So I'll show you a couple here. I mean, they got it down. See, so
yeah, you had some good seats.
All right, hold on. Did you hear this? So they say that girl's name. Now, hold on. So you can see this girl right here. She gets her picture taken with the president.
Does the Go Bulls.
And she does the Go Bulls. Now, listen. The president looks and can see that this person here is trying to do like a Palestinian Willie. Watch how smooth this is. I really applaud USF, their security personnel, and the president for being this mindful and smooth, and this was so not an event. Watch this. So she can see right now that they got a Palestinian flag, right?
Yep.
So watch what she does. She just gradually walks back. This girl right here is supposed to be the final meter. She comes in, says, okay, you said no Palestinian. And nobody.
They're all standing.
Yeah. Everyone's standing. No photos with him.
No photo. This faculty person, this regent, whatever. They don't get. They
had this planned out. That was good.
Okay, go ahead. Now watch the president, because this girl right here, she didn't do anything wrong. Nope. She's got the special, whatever these are, maybe some kind of graduate.
It's like Ukrainian,
right? No. This is like
it's like their honors.
A lot of them had to do
with
what school you're in and things like that. So this girl here has what she's supposed to have. Watch president. She comes on up. She doesn't know that she maybe is not getting a picture.
Look at the president. President said, hold on. Yep, let me get you. Yep, you're a good girl. Yep, get in here, get a president.
Great job by USF.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Because I'll tell you what, Bubba.
Like,
I don't know if
that was a very much a non-event.
I don't know if you saw Michigan's graduation, but there was about looks like 20 or 30 people that got up during Michigan's graduation
nuts.
and started walking right to the stage, all with the Palestinian flags.
Yeah, it was like Occupy graduation.
And see, look again. Everybody who's got the right stuff on, and so out of 526 or 27 kids, it was only those two that tried to get cute. And I thought the president and this board member right here, they just so brilliantly handled it so that it wasn't even an event.
Perfect.
Like it wasn't even an event. Good job, USF. Lummy, we gotta break down your. Do you have a card break on Friday too?
Repack, yeah, with some autograph, things like that.
So you got a repack on Friday. Is a girl with the pink dress coming?
Yeah, hopefully she's not wearing a pink dress, and there will be some changes. We're going to make it a lot better.
Are you going to be a better host?
100%. We will have enough time.
Seth, did you have an opportunity to talk to Colton and Tuttle about their lackluster podcast?
Yes. They're ready to pull the nose up on it, and it ended up doing really well. I think talking about how bad it was got us a ton of listens this weekend.
Fantastic. We'll do an after show. You can watch us. Give us about 15 or 20 minutes. We'll be live on Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, and Bubba Army HQ, which is going to have its own app soon. Jay, thank you, my friend.
My pleasure. See you tomorrow.
We'll see you guys in about 30 minutes.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit,
co-host Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire of Council,
co-host J. Diaco Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council,
Brett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello. I'm back.